Good morning, good morning, good morning, y'all. How y'all doing today? Good morning, James. Good morning, Tanya. Good morning, Room Shaker, Shaker, Shaker. This is your morning reminder to take your medication today so you do not forget to take your medication. All right? All right. So, I'm going to go ahead and tell y'all some things that's been going on. Now, over the weekend, we had the great debate. More like a conversation, but the great debate. All right? And then we also had some situation go down. Now here's the thing, Jim and I love. If you hear boo, pop out the bushes. All right. Um, I want to know. They're trying to say a lot of people are over the weekend, and you text me yourself and said you was not a scammer or whatnot and all this other stuff. But the people are saying something total different. I would like to get your point of view on that. What if you want to tell your story, you know that my platform is an equal opportunity. You're not gonna get dropped or thrown or anything. Now I don't know if this restream gonna work the best. It's not like StreamYard. Some people have no problem jumping up here, other people have every issue in the world. So it also depends if you're on a cell phone or a laptop's what I've noticed. So it has issues. It has issues. My StreamYard will be back in effect on the 24th. And when I can get some extra money, I'm gonna repay for that shit again because I'm gonna tell you all this other stuff is bull mess. It's bull mess. Yes, Restream works amazingly. Don't get me wrong, it looks beautiful. But for the fact that my people with cell phones can't come up here and chill with me, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. That's a whole mess to me. You know what I'm saying? That's a whole mess to me. I don't like that. I don't like that my people can't come up and chill with me. Hey, Miss Tiffany, good morning. I don't like that, right? I don't like that my people cannot come up with me and chill with me on StreamYard who have cell phones. I don't like that stuff. All right. But we're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about it. Good morning, ODS. Okay. So Bree had stated that she had sent somebody $40, right? And then she wanted her money back. Well, on ODS's show over the weekend, uh, you know, he had stated the same thing. Well, they compared notes and found out it was the same person. Well, ODS, I'm going to tell you, I also sent that person money. But let me explain to you why. I'm going to tell y'all the full breakdown for me. Okay, here's the thing. I am going to go over also in a little while the great debate, and I've just improved that white lady completely wrong for everything that she has said in her since they say, the beef sector don't accept white people, bullshit. The beef sector accepts white people who are respectful. There's a huge difference. Okay. So I'm going to disprove everything that lady said this morning. And I'm going to bring up articles to back up and actual facts to back up my points of views on what she said. Where she said there's no racism in the UK. I found at least 15 articles that says otherwise about the UK right now. Right? How in the world she ain't experienced nothing? She must be staying in her house all the time. She can't say she ain't seen nothing like that because I have. Hey, very Carrie, beautiful. So I am going to disprove with facts some of the things she was stating. And also, she shouldn't have quoted terms of service. She should have quoted community guidelines. But that's side the point. We're going to bring that up too. Um, Also, you cannot be held civilly responsible for anybody else's actions except your own, unless you take their comment and you present it as facts. Like, example, we can use the Tasha K and Cardi B thing, right? That's a case that should have been used as an example in that debate. Um, Tasha K got sued because she used someone else's words as facts when she should have stuck with her allegedly, right? Because she wouldn't have been held responsible. Only I think her name was Starlight was the girl's name. would have been held responsible because you're allowed, just like Pierce Morgan and Jaguar Wright, as long as Pierce Morgan doesn't present Jaguar Wright's words as the ultimate facts and truth, right? Then Pierce Morgan can't be sued. He's just an interviewer. Same thing with, let's say, Shannon Sharp, and when Kevin Hart was up there and saying some stuff, right? Shannon Sharp can't be sued for Kevin Hart says, right? Only the person can be. And do you know how hard it is to prove slander and defamation? But anyway, we're going to get on that. But got y'all. I don't know what Gemini Love is going through in her life. Gemini Love may actually be going through some hard times right now. Maybe having some situations. We don't know her full story and what her life story is and what had happened to her. You know what I'm saying? But I will say that a lot of people are stating that with this situation, that they would like to get a full head count of how many people actually sent money and did things. Now, I will state, you know, I've had hard times myself, but I never came on this apparatus and asked nobody for nothing back in those days. And I was having it hard, y'all. When I say I was having it hard, I was having it hard. Like, life was not easy. You know, being a single parent of a special needs child, in which, dealing with all that stuff, right? It's not easy. It's not. Ask any single parent in this, I'm not anymore, thank God. I have the man that I'm with now. I'm not a single parent, but at the time I was, right? And I was having it hard back then. It wasn't easy. So, there's two ways you can look at this, depending, you can either look at it A, the person is a scammer and they're using people within this sector. You can look at it as B, we don't really know what that person is going through in their private life. They may be actually going through some stuff and need help. And without fully knowing, you know, can you call them a scammer? Or you can look at it as C, y'all all some dumbasses. And I'm included in that, y'all. You get what I'm saying? So, giving a stranger money kind of thing, you know what I'm saying? So, it's either A, B, C. You know what I'm saying? Whichever you choose, it's your choice. I'm not trying to sway the people to believe a specific way. I'm going to let the people come up with their own minds and own situations from this situation. Now, I will state, I didn't know Gemini from a can of paint. I should have known better. But I got a good heart, and when I think somebody is, down and out, and they got to feed their baby, and they need food in their belly, and they need some, you know what I'm saying? I won't ever do that again. No. Disclaimer, I'm not ever doing that again. Now I understand what the OGs meant when they said that the pocketbook is closed, that they'll only help people that they truly know for a fact 100%. Um, that's going through some stuff. And I'm gonna say this right now. Just Coolin yesterday on the Hood Table stated that she's better now, but for a few months there she was homeless and didn't tell nobody. If I had known that, I would have tried to help Coolin because I know Coolin. You know what I'm saying? And I know Coolin's the type of person that don't ask for help and don't want nobody to know she's having it hard or having a situation. She's like me. She's strong. She tries to get it out the mud. She don't want nobody to know her situation. She'll tell you after the fact, but she ain't trying to tell you during the fact. A lot of times. And that was during the situation of when the school supplies things came up. A lot of people didn't know at that time she was homeless. She was going through some things. She was dealing with some stuff. Her car was messed up, all kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes that's the way life be, right? Life will smack the teetotal crap out of you sometimes. It will. So I can't prove without a shadow of a doubt of whether Gemini Love actually needed help or not. I can't prove it. Only person that can prove it is her. So Gemini Love, if you out there, boo, you was talking about starting up your channel. This may be a way for you to do that. Do your first live. Talk about your situation, because I'm going to tell you this. There are people in these audiences. I'm not doing it. I'm going to go ahead and tell you, disclaimer, I'm not going to do nothing. But there are people out in this YouTube land where you have kind of had this situation who may or may not mess with you now and find out everything about you, love. I'm just going to tell you, because I know some people, they're going to find out all your information. They're going to try to see if you on government benefits or anything like that. I'm going to tell you, there's people out here in these streets that will do that. I'm giving you fair warning. You better tell your own mess before somebody else tells it. You get what I'm saying? Tell your stuff on yourself. Don't let nobody else tell it on you. Because at least then you can tell it from your point of view and what you've been going through versus somebody else who's going to tell it how they want to. I told this same thing to Shakim and others who have been in some mess. If you know somebody's about to come out here with your information, tell it on yourself. Snitch on yourself. You want to know why? Especially if you know without 100%, you know with the 100% fact, tell on yourself, because you can control your own narrative. Versus if somebody else comes out here and tell it, it's going to come out a weird way. It's not going to come out a good way. If I was you, I would show my cash apps and well, not necessarily show because, you know what I mean. But I'd be talking. I would be if I was you. If you would like to do an interview and you catch this replay or you come into this chat, you can let me know. But I think you need to tell your side and tell it all 100%, whether you do it on your platform or what. Because the people going to make up their own mind. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. Hey, sweet tea. But I got y'all. Because now I will say, she asked me for money only twice, within a week apart from each other. It was only twice. Um, but the first time was, uh, I didn't really know her like that, and I should have known better. But I got it kind of hard. It was my last $40. It was my last 40. You know what I'm saying? That was my last 40, but I didn't mind giving it to somebody who I thought might have needed food. Cause you know how that goes. When you need food, sometimes, if you over here, you done paid your light bill, you ain't got nothing else. You trying to do what's best. You know what I'm saying? For you and yours. I got. I don't know if it's true or not, but I admit it. Oh, we got a guest back here, y'all. Hold on, let me put up this. I know this is a disclaimer. I ain't got my guest banner right now. Let me see who this is. Oh, is that you, Mr. Beasley?
Sure is. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Beasley. I had to make sure it was you. I didn't know it was
Right.
Mr. B. You know what I'm saying? I was like, who is that?
I don't have no clothes on, but my camera's is not on. I'm putting clothes on. I'm getting dressed. I'm listening to what you're saying.
Well, this I don't know if you saw that going around the sector about the Gemini love person that everybody's talking about. Um, I it started over there with Bree and then ODS, and then other people have came out and stated that they gave money to her. And I did it because she told me she needed food for her and her child. Couldn't
Yeah,
get.
that's an honorable thing to do. That's the right thing to do. Fucked up being hungry.
Yeah, and so, but here's the thing, we don't know. Some people are on the fence of, is she hustling people, is she scamming, and then other people are stating, well, we really don't know her situation. What she's dealing with right now. Like, we don't know everything that's going on behind the scenes with her. Could
No,
be
I'm not.
something
I,
serious.
I'm just not becoming aware of it. I was just listening to what you were speaking about afterwards, as far as um, spilling your own tea and being forthright, because you have more control over the story. And that's true. All of that's true. but a stronger, more evolved person. When I say evolved on these YouTube streets and just overall strength and maturity. Not everybody has it, of course. It's just telling these people in your mind and to their face, hey man, fuck yourself. I don't care what none of you think. I'm at that point. I don't care what none of you think. None of you are really my friend. Okay. I mean, we don't come over each other's house and eat. We don't, you know, go to each other's kids' sporting events. We don't exchange. Some might even exchange Christmas gifts. You might really feel like you have a friend on here, and it's built so that you really don't. It's unable to maintain these superficial friendships, and that's why you see such nastiness when people fall out, because you feel like you found a friend. You feel like you found a friend, and you talk about your shit, and they talk about theirs. And what happens on Mad Day? Your business hits the streets, and people find themselves grown ass people that responsible for themselves, whether they're having ups and downs or whatever, uh, responsible for themselves, are explaining their lives to people that really have no significance, trying to win over public opinion on a app, on some internet app with who knows who. You hear what I'm saying?
I know exactly what you're saying.
They've come after me. They've come after me hard. I didn't explain shit.
No,
But
you
guess
didn't.
what?
You told them where they could kiss it. You told them where they could go.
Yeah, I don't care what you think. What you say is minimal. If you fuck with me, you fuck with me. If you don't, you don't. I don't like none of you motherfuckers no way. And I say that, sarcastically. Of course, there's people that I'm cool with. But think about it. What makes you cool with somebody? Someone that you see in different chats all over the place, and you say hi to each other and exchange emojis. Or I'm cool with so and so. I'm cool. I'm cool with so and so. We're in so and so's chat together. All that shit means nothing. And when I say it means nothing, because let some shit happen. Let let you start hanging around someone that's done me dirty. You know, and that's what's bound to happen. That's what's bound to happen. Someone you got into it with and it got nasty, and you're friends with them now. It's hard. You got to really have some maturity and walk a fine line to still want to engage with that person. Like, how the fuck did you do that when they talked about my dead daddy like that? Everybody goes through it.
That is
You're gonna
true.
get to you're gonna get to the point. See what you guys call OGs in the beef sector. They've been, I don't know how long they've been doing this, but they formed a sector 5 years ago, and this is supposed to be some ancient history. We predate all that shit, so all of this stuff I've seen before, and I've evolved to the point where I, I can care less what anybody thinks. I do my best to care less now what anyone thinks. You can't control what people say, and at the end of the day, what these people say and think and these relationships shouldn't be that important in my life. Dang, I wish people could really hear me.
I
They,
hope they get your
the,
message.
these relationships, these interactions I have with strangers on the internet shouldn't be that important in my life. The option of some embarrassing stuff coming out or some stuff that's going to cause me to explain or feel bad never once is the option. I just heard you talking of log the fuck off and leave these people alone. Face
That
your
is true.
addiction, face your addiction, face your addiction, and said, I'm addicted to this shit, but this ridicule and what I'm about to go through, trying to explain myself with these people and all these people, these strange names attacking me and teasing me forever and ever, because YouTube don't forget whatever it was. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. I don't owe anybody explanation about anything. When you leave your folks' house, and when you leave your folks' house for good, and what I mean for good, when you leave your folks' house and don't have to go back, and you're self sufficient for 3 or 4 years, your relationships with your parents change. Okay, they let you be grown for the most part. They're still your parents, But a lot of things they let you make your own decisions. Unless of course they're still helping you, then they have opinions. But they and the longer you do it, they let you make your own decisions. You can consult them, but they're still your decisions, and they're not meddling in your life as much. At least a lot of parents, they let you be and they let you grow. Some parents no, but these are your parents. Who are these people on here? Well, I think so and so. Man, when I came back and people were like, "Well, you didn't let anybody know. We were worried about you." And like when I tell myself, I condition myself not to care what you think, whether it be positive or negative, because I have no control over it. Number one, but number two, with everything that was happening, I said none of these relationships are worth salvaging. Now I felt different later, but none of the relationships turned out to be really worth salvaging. That's sad, huh?
That is
I had
sad.
somebody that I used to talk to every day who's a notorious person from the original black sector. We used to talk to every day. We never betrayed each other. We got into little misunderstandings and tiffs and patched back up, but it got to the point where he accused me of something that I didn't do and just was convinced that I did him some real wicked shit that I didn't do. I was like, dude, I just gotta let you go. Do you know what a waste of time and effort that is? Every day, every night at 3 o'clock in the morning, he called me for 8 years.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
I've
think
had some amazing internet friendships myself. And I'm still friends with them to this day. Like we've been friends for more than 10 years.
Yeah, I've had even those friendships. Well, I've had friendships in real life 30 years that fizzled out. Real life friendships, and
Yeah,
just remember, everything in life has an expiration date.
yeah, some people come in your life for a lifetime, some for a season, and some for just a moment.
That's why people put such an emphasis on family. But even family, you can put some people on the timer.
Oh
I
yeah,
wish
I
I
had to
wish
cut one
people
of mine off. I had to cut her off completely. I love her, but you do you. I can't deal with your mess.
I wish people would really hear what I'm talking about because they could save themselves a lot of anguish and a lot of grief and waste a lot and a lot of wasted time. Um, when I was thinking about leaving, when I left, there was a lot going on in my personal life, and there was shit going on in here. But the shit going on here wasn't as important. But when I saw the way those how they acted when they thought that I was dead, I was like, "What the fuck am I in a rush to get back to this shit for? Motherfuckers truly dislike me and hate me. Why would I want to be in that type of atmosphere when I'm going through shit in real life? That's stupid. That's stupid. Yeah, if anything, I need a few strokes and some nurturing. You know,
I'm gonna say this when I heard about you, Mr. Beasley, because I didn't never like I've been over to the black sector, right?
right,
But I hadn't like I'd heard of you, but not known you. There's
right,
a
right, right,
difference. Um,
right.
everybody was always saying, there was people that would saying that they were glad you were gone, and there was others that was saying that they were worried about you, and all that stuff. And then when you were coming back, there was this big, huge, like thing like, is he going to come back on the same time? Like, what is happening? You know what I'm saying? Oh my God, Beasley's back. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, who's Mr. Beasley?
Right, right. Just a bunch of hubbub, hubbub. But no, I just was thinking about because people are really caught up, man. People are really caught up.
I'm gonna say this: if this apparatus ever started affecting my real life to the point that it was messing with it, I would leave it in a heartbeat.
It
'Cause
affects people's mental health. When you start worrying about being accepted into these superficial floating groups, and when you become subject to the pressures that you feel within these cult like groups, and the bigger the content creator, the bigger the cult. Where there's a lot of these different cults where if you were to say something cross about or a strong criticism, even if it's warranted against the content creator, there's going to be groupies in there. They're going to say, "Well, why are you here then? Leave her so and so alone. Well, what about this? They used to do it like with Tommy. Tommy had a bunch of them. I know because I trolled them for years. But
Miss Beasley, like I was on my troll game.
yeah, I trolled them for years. I say something about his skin color, they would flip out about his tone. At any rate, yeah, I've been through all this before. And guess what? I ain't going through the. I ain't moving backwards and doing the same shit I did before.
You learned
Or
and you grew as a person.
you learn a lot. You learn a lot, and I hate to see people go through it because they'll tell
You
me to shut up quick. They'll tell me to shut up quick. That doesn't want to make any sense to them. It's the group think is really something else.
you're trying to save people basically by trying to warn them by what you've already been through. So you've been there,
Right?
done that, got the book, got the t-shirt, and you're trying to tell them, hey, this is what can happen to you. It's real simple. You know what I'm saying? But some people don't want to hear when you're actually trying to teach because of
No,
some of your past things.
not for me. They want to
Yeah.
stay. They want to stay. Oh, and then again, but don't get me wrong. Some of these storylines be funny and interesting as hell. You know, when I
That
stay
is
away,
true.
when I stay away for a few days, and I have like the attitude that I have now, like this shit's stupid. I don't care about this stupid stuff. I'll listen in, then like who's who, what, really? Are you serious? And then
It's
I'm
like
back.
it's the best like reality TV show that you've ever watched. Is it
You
not?
got it. You got
That's
it.
the
That's
way I look at the entertainment. It's a reality TV show, but I just
no,
so happen to know the people.
and I get to interact.
Uh-huh. That's the way
No,
I look at it. It's a reality TV show and I know the people, I can react, I can talk about it, I can give my opinion on it, and that's the way that I look at this entertainment apparatus.
now the beef sector is unique in a way where, how do I put this nicely? A lot of these people are people that might have a difficult time fitting into other social groups in real life. And they find a lot of comfort here with people of the same, fluid sexuality, where it's frowned upon, you know, using derogatory terms or teasing people because they're sexual, because they're, they like the same sex, or the man dresses a woman. But for the rest of us, like the hetero men, they don't not like hetero men. I explained it yesterday, and I got really kind of wicked, not wicked about it, but it was kind of not a good explanation. But in fact, I'll spare you from it.
Thank you, Mr. Beasley, for sparing me.
I'll spare you and your audience from it. I'll spare your audience, but that's exactly the way that I feel. Huh. Oh, I got Aaron. I got stuff to do. When I say on the other side of town, and it's cold out now.
I'm gonna pray for you because I can't stand the cold, and I'm going to New York this next week. So
Uh,
pray for me, and because I'm from the South, and we don't like the
It's
cold.
warm. I
We
don't
don't
blame
like
you.
the cold.
You get you a nice little parka jacket, and you
Well,
might get some earmuffs and a scarf.
when I went up there last December, because I went up there last December, that's really when, and it wasn't even, it was cold, but there was a few nights where I was like, oh my God, I feel like I'm gonna die. Um,
I,
but
I went.
I had a big old huge snow jacket. My fiance's like, no, this is just t-shirt weather. I'm like, I'm dying.
Yeah, right. No, I went about 5 or 6 days before Christmas many years back, and I had on a silk suit because you could wear a silk suit in Los Angeles then. Man, I got there and got outside. Man, that wind blows like I was naked. Man, I said, let me put on some wool clothes. That wind blew. I was like, oh my god, oh my god, I'm freezing. It's like I don't have no clothes on. The wind whistled right through that.
I
Um,
I felt that way in New York, and I had on full on like fluffy pants and a shirt and a jacket. I mean, a heavy down jacket at that, and I still felt like that wind was biting
well,
through them clothes.
the down jacket should keep you warm. I got a down vest and a down coat that I've just pulled out of the boxes, and I got some fun things going on. Oh man, and I said I wouldn't mention them. Man, I got haters. It's crazy. people
But
that I never mentioned that I don't think about. I tuned into, and they had 6 people, and they talked about me for 20 minutes.
that means, though, at the same time, you got to look at it like this, Mr. Beasley. When you have people who actually hate you, that means you're doing something, because unknown people are not hated. Unknown people and nobodies are not hated, or not at least talked
Yeah,
about by certain people.
you got a point. You got a point there. Even though they say I'm old and fat and ugly and washed up and whatever, I was like, okay,
And do you
well,
care? No, you
not really.
don't.
Not coming from, these are misfits. There's one, and they don't cam up. Well, one of them cams up, but he won't take the glasses off of his eye and off his eyes on the inside. And one time he got caught with the glasses eye, and his eyes like pointing all upwards and everything, like it's stuck up there. At any rate,
Mr. Beasley, you
no, but I
always
heard him
got me
talk about
cracking
me. I was
up.
like, oh, I'm not gonna. They're like, yeah, we know that he's watching, and I got mad at myself for actually watching, but there was like 5 people there. I'm like, you guys don't know that I'm listening. Oh man, that's crazy. That's crazy. I don't feel no kind of way though. I
A
feel
lot
some
of
kind of
times
way.
I have to be told if people are talking about me, because I don't even know, because I ain't watching it. Unless it's a
I
person that I watch every day, I don't hear about it. I
not
don't
too
know.
many people. Not too many people can reach me now to tell me in it. There used to be a point where I was talking to a lot of people, and Sundays. Sunday's a holy day. Saturday is too actually, but Sunday's truly a holy day where I attend services. At the church, and I'm very serious about it. And the church services might start at 10 o'clock in the morning and last till 9 o'clock at night. And I'm talking about the holy church of the NFL. I'm a, you know,
Not the Holy Church of the NFL.
amen, amen. Do not disturb me when I'm going to service. I get to go in my boxer shorts. I don't have to shave. All I do is wipe my face off and brush my teeth. If I'm drinking beer, like yesterday I was drinking iced coffee, and yeah, man, we get into it. We get into it.
Now I go to
Um,
the Holy Church of NFL when it
yeah,
gets
the holy.
closer to the play up. When it comes to the closer to the playoffs,
Well, I,
that's
I
when it.
just, I just, I just left the church of Dodger Land. I was winning the World Series. I got all kind of new Dodger gear, but the church of the NFL, and people would call me. They talking about you on so and so show. People that are my friends. I said, "Will you please not interrupt me while I'm at the what I thought you wanted to know? No, I don't want to know. I don't need to know. There's always someone talking about me.
And
You
that, but
know,
here, that's here's the thing. This is what they don't understand. With this situation, they're giving you credence. They're making your name ring bells in these streets. If they really wanted you to disappear, they wouldn't speak about you at all.
oh boy, they just hate on every little thing. They won't let me. They won't let me show off anything, but they don't show nothing. Yeah,
If they were smart and they want you to go away, then they stop speaking about you altogether. A lot of people don't understand that the more you talk about somebody, the more you hate on them or whatever you're doing, you're actually drawing people to their channel.
someone in the chat said we were talking about the elections, and all of a sudden we started talking about Beasley like he's the fuck. I didn't know he was that important. Yeah, yeah. Go figure. Go
Hey,
figure.
let them do it, because here's the thing. You're going to have people, because you're a controversial figure, right, Mr. Beasley? You're going to have some people who love you and love the content you give and what you say. And then you're going to have people who hate watch you. But guess what? That hate watch is still a click and a view, and it still counts towards your analytics. So that you're still getting, even if you're not monetized, if you decide to get monetized, you would still get paid off of their hate.
Um, I used to care about that. Um, when I came back, I finally built a channel, and it was getting up. I was building a channel and finally got up to close to 2,000 subs, and then YouTube took it from me, and now I just don't have the same gusto. Plus, I had a producer. But you know what I feel like? I feel like I can get this thing going anytime I wanted to. If
Yeah,
I really would have if I could put some effort into it and be regular, I can get it going anytime I want to. Because, well, one thing, I'm not scared of any of these people. I'll talk shit to any of them. You know, You know the people that I've battled over the years by myself most of the time? Tommy Sotomayor, Angry Man, ZX, Buddy, Cluster B, Cookie Monster. That's a terrorist. Bomb Cherry. I fought with all of them.
I tell you, one in the black sector that scares the bejesus out of me, and that's a jokey.
I fought with her too. Yeah, yeah, she's hiding out. When I say she's hiding out, nobody knows nothing. Very little. They play their cards close to their chest.
She's smart. I'm gonna tell you that one. I gotta give that lady credit. She comes on here, she does her thing, and she gets off. She deletes the live. Nobody even knows she did it, and half the time. But I sometimes be in her class. But I'm gonna tell you that's one I ain't poking that bear. I'm
She's
not
a bit,
stupid.
she's a bit, she's a bit, she's a bit mean spirited and evil.
I ain't poking bears. I know. See, my mama taught me one simple thing. I don't go out in the woods and go out there and just play with the bears and poke them with a stick.
I'll agree with you. I was happy when we were friendly. We were friendly, and then somebody paid her to come at me. Started coming at me, and she's nasty, and I just ignored the fuck out of her. I ignored the shit out. They'll pull her card one day. See, there's a difference when people whose information is out there. I mean, you got people that can tell you my relatives' names. I can tell you some people's relatives' names too. But as to someone that they don't know shit about, maybe that's their picture. They got a picture and they got nothing. That's because them people don't talk to nobody. They cover all their tracks good. But I wonder would they talk the same shit if their identity was known?
Well, see, that's why
Doubtful.
my identity is known. People have found me, but here's the thing: I have a even when the person and look me up, they go, they told me themselves. Like I actually talked to the person who got me once, and we're cool now, um, because it wasn't even that rough, if that makes sense. But they told me they go, you really don't have much to look up and seem like a really good person. I'm like, yeah, I really don't. Sorry, I don't have a record or anything because I never did
Right,
anything like that. So that's why I come out here with my face. I'm not afraid to be found. That anybody can be found. We all know this, right? But I don't have anything to hide, if that makes sense. Where some
right.
people do. Some people have criminal records and all this other stuff. I don't have that.
A lot of people got criminal records. All the original black sector,
I never did anything like that. Like my docs
arsonists,
would be so boring. It's so boring.
arsonists, bank robbers, dope dealers. Original black sector is
I ain't
full of.
did nothing. I literally graduated high school, went to college for a few years. I dropped out because I was a single mom and I took care of my kid. And that's all I did in life, to tell you the truth, was take care of my kid. Gave up my entire life to take care of him. That's what I did.
A mother's a full time job. Just hope and pray they turn out good.
So far, Mr. Beasley, he's a good young man. He don't get into
That's,
no mess. He don't have any social medias. The only one he has, and I know about it, is his Discord to talk to his gamer friends. But he
I would not
doesn't
let. I
do.
would not let. I would not let my kids on this shit.
No,
I'm
he's not on YouTube like that. He's not on Instagram. He doesn't have a Facebook. He doesn't have none of those. So he don't even. He makes fun of me for having social media.
I I care about these kids getting bullied at school. I'm like, just toughen up and fight. That's all you got to do is toughen up and fight. But it's a different type of bullying now. They'll have outside websites, and someone will do something like one of the girls, well, younger, young 14, 15, and they're doing not necessarily having sex all the way, but doing it anyway. And then their business is all out there on blast. Someone they confide it in, or someone that they confide in is acting like their friend, but it's really not their friend. Yeah, that and they yeah. So the bullying that type of with the internet involved is a whole new league.
Hey Q, I
Uh,
love. Is that you?
so Restream, you're able to use that with your phone, or you have to use your computer,
I'm using my computer, but I do know that for some people, it's been knocking them out as guests when they use phones.
and it works as well as Streamyard, huh?
Well, I've had some issues with guesting and having people up. Is that you,
Uh-huh.
QI? I don't know if that's QI yet. I'm gonna leave the banner up until QI speaks. But no, I've not had any
Yes,
issues.
it's me.
Okay, okay. I've not had any issues so far using it myself for things that I'm doing, but some of my guests have had issues when they try to come up. It just knocks them down.
She got issues with streaming with other things too. Uh, Good morning, QI.
It requires a little bit more. Good morning. It requires a little bit more memory, but turn over the debate.
Coming in and out.
Hear
Sorry
me?
about that. I accidentally just muted myself. I can hear you now. I've not went over the debate yet. I do have it pulled up. I'm going to actually. Going over the debate.
You really want to talk about that for the third day, 2 days afterwards?
What I'm
Well, I
doing
have.
when I go over the debate is
I'm just
disprove.
asking QI that.
Oh,
Yes, I do because I
The
have.
okay. Go
Yes, I
ahead.
do because I've never gotten to make my points because every time that I've, even gotten to talk about it, I get interrupted, and so many people know so many things, and so I've never gotten to make the point.
Well, don't let me stop you. I'll catch you guys. Well, I can listen from the
Well, I'm gonna
crowd.
go ahead before you. Can I go ahead and say it, or would
No.
you
Go
like for
ahead.
me to
Go
wait?
ahead. No,
No,
I
I'm
don't have
asking
anything.
Charlie.
Oh, I didn't think you were
oh
asking
no,
me.
you can go ahead and say your points because all I'm going to do when I do pull up the live and play it is as she's saying her points, I'm going to bring up some articles to disprove some things because there's specific points
Mm-hmm.
that I really want to get to.
I know
But you
what
go
you're
ahead
about
and
to
say
do.
your piece. That way, yeah,
Yeah.
you
Okay.
know me.
So, yeah. So Lemon actually won that debate, even though he didn't have, the most elaborate talking points, and he really didn't have any research, because every bit of research that she used didn't support her. Let me for first fact check, and let me tell you how they were cheating, right? How he cheated, because I dismantled the whole cultural appropriation argument up front. Because when she said that in the UK they don't see color and everybody was all as one, I knew that wasn't to be true, but I went and pulled up an article just in case, right? And so, like, I was about to I was about to tell him, or I think I did tell him, that it appears that because of what she said, that she had no idea what culture was, and she didn't. She had no idea what culture was, because even the examples that she used, like, everybody was stuck on who created the spoon or the fork. Really, that was unnecessary for this particular debate, because the spoon and the fork are sold globally. So it's no longer exclusive to any one particular culture. And I think that Lemon said that when she said the pizza, you know, even though the pizza might have been created by the Italians or whatever, the pizza is sold globally. It's a global dish. So it's no longer exclusive to any one particular one particular culture. So she had no, and then she kept bringing up race, and she kept trying to say, well, race wasn't culture, and I'm like, race is culture. Although there are many cultures within one race, race itself is a culture. So she had no idea like what culture meant. And I was going to even read the definition, but of course, what's his name, Resto, because he had no idea of what he was doing and no idea of what he was really talking about. I think he just Googled those, copy and pasted those questions, because it appeared that either he didn't know, or, like, because they prepared. He was like, we prepared, but she didn't. You can tell that she had no idea what culture is, and it was appropriation. If just like chopsticks. That's it's pretty much or exclusive. It's created by the Asians. However, if I were to go to their country, or if I were to order some Chinese food, that would be appreciation. That would not be appropriation or misappropriation. And she just didn't get it. So when you look at her, look at all of the things she argued. She didn't argue anything to support that point, but Lemon did, even though it wasn't said in the most exclusive, exquisite way. He did argue. He did argue that point.
Is that you,
So
Mr.
did you hear
Beasley?
me?
It is.
Yes, I heard exactly what you said. Here's the thing: a lot of those things that she tried to bring up, I went and looked, right? And
So
you're,
so
and it was not true.
so you're saying
Not
she's
true at
dumber than
all.
he? You're saying she's dumber than he is?
Yeah, yes, and nothing that she said supported or made any sense. Even when it came down, because what people, you have to take your emotions out the situation. That's why when ZX was like, the Africans created the spoon. Oh,
I
but
can't.
like when
You're
ZX was like, the
coming in and
Africans
out.
created. Can you hear me? I'm trying to.
Yeah,
Mr.
now we
Beasley,
can.
you have a
Now we can.
echo,
Let me go
or
out and
somebody does.
come back in.
Okay.
Create and was unnecessary to any culture. So she had no idea, things that are exclusive to culture. Like I brought up braids. And basically when you say appropriation, you're talking about things that offend other cultures. Like if you do it and you're not of that culture, it can be offensive. And so she didn't argue that point, not one bit. And even with the political thing, when she brought up America and was down talking America, I was like, what time frame? And because America has been a little in an uproar after the election. Okay, well, after the election, or whatever, and a little divided. But I told her, I said, well, out of any country that's willing to bring it together, it would be America, because America is not a dictatorship. In a lot of countries, like, women don't have rights. Like, you can, there are exclusive religions. Like, you have to either be a Muslim or a Christian or whatever. But America is a melting pot. So, of course, America is going to go through their ups and downs, because we're not a dictatorship. So, I sort of like, landed my plane on that, but then that wasn't.
Oh, it knocked QI out. I did hate the way that
Damn it, she's
Russ.
messing.
I know, right? It completely knocked her out. I did hate the way that Resto told her to shut up during the debate when she was trying to do her job as a moderator, and asked, "Can you fact check that? This is the fact that I found. Can you disprove that?" That's what a moderator's supposed to do. They're supposed to fact check the debate. Technically, I did not see that as a debate myself. And QI knows that we've spoken about that. I saw it as a conversation. Um, Let me make sure. I know it is, but I still have to do this just about every time. I know I messed up a while ago and didn't, but I was pretty sure it was you. Is that you, Mr. Beasley?
It is. What's going on? The thing's bumping in and out.
That's what it's been doing. That's why I say Restream's got issues. This is what it's been doing to my guest.
Oh,
And that's why I said StreamYard is better because
QI is serious, and she's a woman of a certain age, and she comes from a debating background from the area she's from, and these are a bunch of drunken kids that are on a move to try to get some of his audience, Lady Tangerine's audience, and he can't see through that. And I, the funny thing is, we mistake these English accents as if it sounds educated and smart or fancy. And I didn't know anything about the woman, but that she's not smart or sophisticated is kind of funny, or she doesn't have any substance to what she's talking about. And
what
that's basically what.
she literally, I watched her. I was like, "You are so stupid. You're literally digging yourself a hole right now and making it deeper and deeper and deeper. I'm like, you ain't nobody from the beef sector, black sector, anything, but with some of the stuff you saying, gonna even visit your channel.
Right. Well,
Cause
race is nothing but a construct. It's created by man. It's created by man. It's yeah, socially didn't always exist. People used to be identified
by the
by
area they were from. What
yeah,
now?
exactly. and
Well,
and
like if we go over to France or the UK or New Zealand, no matter what race we are, right? No matter what religion we are, no matter what creed, anything, they're just going to call us Americans over there. That's
I'm
what
not
I've
sure
learned.
this. Oh, okay, yeah, it's a black fellow, American fellow, but a black fellow.
Yeah, they call us like it, and they'll say you're a white American or you're a black American or you're a
Yeah,
whatever color
a,
you
a,
are of the
a
rainbow.
Yank. Yeah, I bet. Yeah, but a lot that the separation or the identification of races was done to dehumanize black people to justify slavery in people's minds, and they put off the image that blacks were subhuman, that it was okay to treat people like this, and
And
they
that's
convinced
never
people
okay.
that even use the Bible, and even use the Bible to say that that black people are descendants of Ham,
Yeah,
and the Ham son,
I
and they
remember
were
that.
cursed. They were cursed for this.
They also
Yeah,
tried to use the story of Cain and Abel.
right.
And I'm like, nah, don't be trying to take God's word and justify it for your hate. Don't be doing all that. Mm-mm.
Well, people are always taking the scripture and using it for their
Yeah, I
own
know.
devices. I'm glad I didn't watch that crap.
No,
I'm
but
glad I
I
didn't
am
watch.
fisting in a minute, Mr. Beasley. I'm fisting play parts of it, and I'm fisting.
Well, I gotta run. I gotta run away then because I'm not trying to kill any brain cells. I
I know
already,
you're not.
I already, I already have sleep apnea, and the doctor said I might be killing brain cells and fucking with my heart and everything. He wants me to put on a CPAP machine. Man, I tried doing that. I can't do this shit. It's like
uh,
having a, it's like having a vacuum cleaner tied to your face and everything. It's got
yeah,
to be a
and
smooth.
you cannot roll over on your side. You're supposed to sleep on your back, and I'm like,
I
I
can't
don't.
sleep on my back. Oh, yeah. And then I'm finding out a lot of people have been exposed to this machine.
What you have to be
Yeah.
careful with that machine. If they ever did put
Oh,
you in it,
I
is
have one right
make
here.
sure
I'm not doing it.
make sure that you keep the filters changed because a lot of people don't know that, and make sure that the hoses and everything and the face mask gets clean because a lot of people are getting
Oh,
mold. They're getting mold spores in their throat and chest because they're
that's
not
the
keeping
last
it
thing I need.
changed. They're
Now let
not
me ask
keeping
you.
it changed and cleaned.
Now, let me ask you this. So that CPAP BPAP machine, that's just giving you air, a constant flow of air. Are
Yes.
you supposed to hook up the oxygen machine to that tube? So it
Usually it's within the machine itself. It creates that little bitty box. It doesn't seem like it should, but it does. And what it does is it pushes the air into your lungs. So as you stop breathing when you're in your sleep,
yeah,
right,
it keeps going.
it keeps going so that it pushes it into you, whether you.
But it has a little connector on further on the tube. I'll find out about it when the people come. When the
But I
people,
will say this: make
I'll just pay
sure.
attention last time. When the people came to install the machine, I was high and I wasn't paying attention. I was like,
Mr. Beasley over here. Yeah, even if they put me on oxygen, I'm still gonna be high. You're gonna be like Uncle Joe with the oxygen machine. Got the where he had the the thing attached to it was smoking the weed through the
hold on,
oxygen mask
Uncle Joe. What Uncle Joe?
from Medea. You know where he was smoking the weed through the
Oh man,
oxygen
he talking about
mask?
the black Uncle Joe.
Yeah.
You know who I thought you were talking about? I'm gonna let you
Who?
go.
Who?
And that's Uncle Joe. He was moving kind of slow at the junction.
I
That's
didn't know
before
that.
your time.
Yeah,
You
that's
don't know
before
that.
my time. That's
That's
before
the
my
white Uncle
time.
Joe.
I don't know him like
Petticoat
that.
Junction. Hold on a second. Watch Petticoat Junction. In the beginning of the song, they go, and that's Uncle Joe. He's a moving kind of slow at the junction. Petticoat Junction. Do, do, do. Oh, man, you got a lot to learn.
I know I'm a young one. I'm a young one, Mr. Beasley. But they also say to only use distilled water. You have to get specifically
Yeah,
distilled water
I
for your
got the
sleep
still water.
apnea.
I'm not using this shit. I haven't had it here in a month and a half. I haven't used it, but
You hard
I,
headed, just like my mama.
but they say you feel better during the day and you got more energy.
It does work. I know a lot of people with sleep apnea. In fact, my fiance used to have it before he lost weight. Um, and
And
he felt better.
it lowers your CO2 levels. I'm
Yeah,
learning.
it helps. It helps, and you will feel better the next. Like when you wake up, you'll feel refreshed and all this good stuff. And it is good for you to wear it if you do have sleep apnea, because if you do stop breathing, it will make sure that you don't have oxygen prep. If I could speak today, deprivation in your brain.
There you go. That's the word. I'll catch you later, man. Have fun. Have fun listening to the whatever the debate with Lady Tangerine and the crew.
I will. Thank you, Mr. Beasley, for coming
You
on up
got it.
here today.
All right now.
Bye, Mr. Beasley. Have a good day.
Uh-huh. You too.
All right. So yeah, there's a lot of things that you know, with this situation that we're going to go through. So I am going to play the debate. QI, I'm so sorry that it wanted to throw you down. Maybe when my StreamYard comes back, we can have more of a discussion on certain topics. And, I would like to see you. It would be cool if you went over there to your channel and did some debate topics with actual beef sector people, because technically we're all extremely brilliant over here. A lot of us are. They take us for idiots because we like to play around, we like to beef, we like to drag each other, we like to act like fools sometimes, crazy. Woo, we gonna get you. But technically, there's a lot of educated people over here who know they stuff. And it takes nothing but a 2.5-second Google, check on a lot of things. Um, But I will state that I did not like the way that Resto spoke to you, QI. That was not okay. And that was not structured like a debate. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and tell you the structure of a debate before we watch this live, because Lemon gave me permission to watch this live. Okay. The way that a debate is supposed to be structured. Now, you have two forms of debate. You have an informative debate, and then you also have an informative debate, right? An informative debate is supposed to be all about facts. Facts and facts only, no opinions needed, right? Now, an informal debate, you have a formal and informal, is supposed to be where, like, you give opinion, but you still back it up with facts, right? This was that I would guess they're trying to say this is an informal debate, right? It's not in a formal setting, correct? But they tried to act like it was a formal debate. Let me explain you situation here. You have moderators, right? And I guess Resto called himself being the host. All right. Well, the moderators, this is the way it was supposed to go. The host tells you the topic, right? And each person is supposed to choose before the debate whether they are for or against such topic. Let's say the topic was abortion. That's a hot topic, right? Well, then one of the parties would be for it and one party would be against it. The first party gets their first 3 to 5 minutes to tell you why they are for abortion. They would then state, um, facts as such as I'm for abortion when it comes to a woman who the baby has passed away, and um, you know, she has to have a DNC, and technically that is considered an abortion, even though people don't know that, right? And you would state the facts of what can happen to a woman if she does not have that said abortion, that the statistics of her passing away early and the percentages and all those lovely things, right? And the person who's against it could take the religious aspect of stance of why they're against it, or they could take another stance of why they're against it, right? And then they can create facts based on why they're against it, right? And then the moderators are supposed to fact check what the person is claiming is their facts. You're supposed to turn in your facts, like where you found and cited your information from, to the moderators so they can go back through and check to see if what you are saying is to the best of your ability. It was over there at Lemon's house, side eye yours. And also, hey to everybody coming in. I'm sorry I didn't get to speak individually. I didn't want to cut off Mr. Beasley or any of my guests. Y'all know how I am. But you're supposed to be, that's what the moderators are for. They're supposed to be behind, looking to make sure you're being factual and you're telling the truth. And when they find an infactual thing, they're supposed to call it out. That's what QI was trying to do when she found an infactual thing that she had stated. She was bringing it up. This is not facts, blah, 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 right? Okay. They're supposed to do that topic per topic. Also, the moderators are the ones that are supposed to ask the questions if they have a question about the points at the end of each person's 5 minutes. They're supposed to ask questions to each person on their facts. Like Mel's moderator, I don't even remember his name, should have been asking Lemon about his facts and what he stated as facts, right? And QI was supposed to ask Mel questions about her facts to prove the point more, right? Of what they were trying to say. It was not structured as what it was supposed to be structured as. It was more so of a conversation. A debate is supposed to be extremely structured. It's different. And now, if you can, I guess they could say it was a debating each other in the fact of not an actual formal debate or nothing like that on their points of views and on their opinions, but not an actual 100% debate. Okay, you can't claim something if you don't actually do it in the format that it's supposed to be formatted into. Just saying. So we're going to watch some of this and I'm going to show you some of the actual statistical proofs, and show you, Lemon Bro, if you had come to me, QI couldn't help you really because she was a moderator. I would have helped you out with some of this, bro. I would have gave you all statistics before you even went on that live where you could have been. Now, see, this is my fact. Right here. Right here. This is it. Okay, so before we play this live, in this is my copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. A language is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, scholarship, and research. Fair use is used permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. I've gotten permission from the content holder to play this live previous to me going live. And right now, what we're going to do is we're going to rewatch some of this debate, and I'm going to bring up some statistics, some actual facts to prove a case, right? And we're gonna do this thing. All right, let me make sure. We're gonna screen share. I have it pulled up, and we're gonna watch this debate, y'all. We're gonna watch this debate. Let's go.
Was Resto's fault?
No, the fuck, ma'am, do not make me cuss you the fuck out today. I'm not. No, I'm.
I'm playing. I'm playing. Calm down.
He had a crazy day, y'all. We want to get to the debate. We're already late. Let's go. Okay, so can you guys tell the rules one more time on my platform? We got 424 people here, just so they know it's a fair game, and we want to understand how do you win this debate. So, Resto, you want to do the rules and tell the audience how it is? Go ahead.
1 point for each round. Afterwards, it could be swayed by the audience, but at first it was going to be by like per audience. So like Mel's audience was going to get like a 50%. I mean, a 60% vote and your audience is gonna get a 40% vote only because your audience is bigger. But now I'm probably gonna take the audience out of it. It's just gonna be on who can just sway, like just fucking argue.
Yeah, do it that way. Do it that way. Do it that way. It's good. Listen, I understand. Listen, I had problems. I wasn't able to dual stream from her platform. She came over here. So let's just take the audience out the situation. So
Audience
her
is
and
out.
I
Yeah,
on the
audience
same.
is out.
Yeah, let's be on the same level as far as you think I have a bigger audience. So I'm at an advantage. So let's take that out the equation and then just switch it up.
Yes. QI is your moderator. So if you have
Yeah.
any questions, anything that you need to be solidified or anything, fact check, ask QI. If QI feels like Mel says anything, wrong, then she can stop her, fact check that, and tell her that she said it wrong. Same thing for Mel, vice versa. I'm here to keep the time. I'll be here. I can do like mad shit on my OBS. I can put timers up. It's fine. For now, we should start with the
hold on.
And also another rule that we had was no comments pulled up on the stream.
Not even the super chats until after
No highlighting of comments.
Yeah, no highlighting comments.
And and this is Mel's moderator, right? On the screen. Who's here with us?
Yeah, Glenn? That's Glenn Lawrence.
Salute.
Yeah, Glenn Lawrence.
What's good, Glenn? Welcome to the Beef Sector. Let's go.
How you doing? I'm doing well. Let's get it on.
I'm good. QI, this is Glenn. Glenn, this is QI.
I was about to say salutes. Salutes.
Salute.
Pleasure to meet you, ma'am.
All right.
Okay.
Is this the format that we're using on this format? Okay. I mean, I guess this works. This is fun.
Wait, what do you want? What are you asking? I thought you were going to ask a question but keep time or something, right?
Yeah, no. I'm keeping time. I'm about to start the timer as soon as we start off with the conversational part. That is the first. Okay. That is the first part about this. The conversational part will be about 20 minutes. Just so y'all can feel each other out. Pause. But 20 minutes.
Just talk. Okay. Let's go.
And the first somebody just texted me and said, "Did I make it to the debate?" Right when I opened my phone. The first topic is cultural appropriation. What is the hard line of cultural appropriation and cultural appreciation? And I think that we should start with Lemon. Starting the timer now.
You think that way, but I would have asked Mel due to the fact. But okay,
I can get started if you want.
I think you guys need real quick. You guys need to define what it is. You need to define what a cultural appropriation is.
Yeah, I can define it.
Same terms.
Okay,
let's go.
I can define it. Okay, so the difference between cultural appropriation and cultural appreciation is cultural appropriation is an act of taking from a culture which is not your own, especially from a minority group, without understanding the original context and the culture it's come from. That leads to stereotypical types. For example, in fashion, right? Cultural appropriation, designers and brands, sorry, let me just put the light on because I can't see, elements of cultures not out of respect, but part of the pursuit of exploitation and novelty and exoticism. Headdresses, for example, the bindi, those are all, forms of what fashion might do. In the arts, again, with arts, we've had artists, sorry, I've got all these notes, artists take from culture and then make it their own. That's not appreciating the original source. Right, so it's about exploitation is cultural appreciation, and it's about borrowing or taking or stealing from another culture and not praising it to that culture. Cultural appreciation, on the other hand, is it's about more than being politically correct. It's to create a society where all cultures understand and respect, where we can all learn from each other and grow together rather than exploiting and marginalizing for your own gain. So what credits the appropriation? Context, intent, and respect, right? Understanding the culture. Are you honoring the culture that you, or are you exploiting it? And are you respecting, acknowledging that the culture was the source? Did you want to? So that's the difference. That's my opinion of the difference between the two.
I'm respecting what you're saying, but a part of me feel like I really want to hear from your perspective. Like I don't. Okay, how am I trying to do this? Oh my god! I feel like you're using like the internet perception of what cultural appropriation is versus appreciation versus me having a debate with you about it. I feel like
no. I do research for every topic.
Yeah, no. I'm just telling you how I'm perceiving your answer. It doesn't come off like we're having on it. Like I'm hearing from how you feel. I know research is important, but I want to hear from your perspective outside of what you just looked at right now. If I was to ask you this question again, how would you answer it to me? If I was sitting in front of you.
Okay, Lemon, right? This is the thing, darling, right? So maybe you're going to have to explain it to me, because I come from a country where we do respect each other's cultures, we do accept each other's cultures, we want to learn about each other's cultures to and respect those so we can integrate peacefully, and we have done that. So I honestly, when I approached this subject, I didn't fully understand, because cultural appreciation in my country, it overrides cultural appropriation. So maybe you want to tell me about, in your country, what the difference is.
Okay, so the difference is when appreciating a culture is able to like a culture and have a balance of not overstepping your boundaries. So for instance, I got a lot of flack when you came over here and you said you wanted to learn how to be sassy and learn how to woo bang. Now, you being a white woman.
I had to woo bang. I never said that. I didn't even know what that meant until a few days ago.
Okay, let's say woo bang out of it. Let's just say sassy. You wanted to learn how to be sassy. You're a white woman, come into a black sector. So for black women to see you like, hey, why would she look at us as being sassy and she couldn't figure this out in her own culture? Like, how do you, the way you perceive like the black race or the black culture, it's more so like it hit them different because it's like they're not just sassy, they're more than just being like,
oh no, of course, remember that was misinterpreted. Like I've explained to you before, I suffer with anxiety, which means that I get super anxious and I'm like a rabbit in headlights. When I said that, it was to give me more confidence. It was for me to branch out to other sectors that may not perceive me because, in a good light.
Right now, I am going to show you something right quick where she talks about appropriation versus cultural appropriation versus appreciation. I will say that for me, she did read off the terminology from the internet, but there's a big difference in knowing what the two are, right? And if you've been around any said culture, it don't matter if it's which culture it is, right? All cultures have their thing, right? They have their thing. And when someone else takes their thing that is predominantly for them and tries to make a mockery of it, right? And tries to down the culture that it comes from without appreciating the culture that it comes from. That's when you're doing cultural appropriation. You're being a culture vulture. Pretty much. That's what that terminology means, right? And when you are appreciating the culture, right? You're building the culture up. You're not tearing it down. There's a difference. There's a huge difference. And where she was talking about cultural appropriation in the UK, yes, they do it in the UK, baby. They do it everywhere. You cannot tell me. And she sit there and said, we're gonna get to that in a minute, where she said she don't see color. That right there is a problem. You are supposed to see the color of someone and appreciate it. Because if you say you don't see color, you're stating that you are invalidating their culture, their color, and who they are as a person. All right? You're invalidating them. What you say is you don't judge people. You're not prejudiced against people because of the color of their skin or their religion or their creed or their sexual orientation. You do not say you don't see it because then you're invalidating them. So that's something that you need to learn, okay? And shouldn't nobody have to teach you these things? Get out there and get around people and you will learn these things, right? Get in the communities. Because I'm going to say this, some of the stuff that you said tonight, last night, night before last, whenever, Friday night, in some of the hoods that I'm from, you would get your teeth knocked out. I'm going to pre-warn you, you would get your teeth knocked out. I'm just telling you. I'm just saying. Y'all know I ain't wrong. But, you know, that's like, there's a lot of things when it comes to this topic. Lemon, what you could have done, right, is bring up where she was talking about headdresses. She was talking about the Native Americans or, people of like Cherokee, Choctaw, Chickasaw, Navajo. Like I could just keep naming tribes, right? Native Americans within America, right, usually have different, like they have full dress wear that they wear during their things, right? That's their culture, right? I'm using this as an example. Very well, Lemon could have used this as an example, right? And if you are saying, if you are wearing it and you're not of the bloodline, that's appropriation. And especially if you're using it in a mocking way, run around going, oh, like, like and you're sitting there making fun of the Native American culture, then guess what you're doing? That's appropriation. That's what that is. If you're appreciating the culture, you may have one hung up in your house and go, you know what? I think that's the most beautiful thing that I've ever seen. And I think it's amazing. And, like people who love dream catchers, that's the most beautiful thing that I've ever seen. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate it. Uplifting the culture. Not stealing it. Okay? All right, just saying. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could use that as an example. You could bring up some of the things that, using any kind of culture's stereotypes and bad things about them and using it in a negative term, that is appropriation. But what you should be doing is appreciating, because all of the cultures, in my opinion, are beautiful, and I appreciate every culture that I visit and see, right? Because differences are what make us beautiful. It's what makes us different and unique, and we should be able to live together and love each other and all this stuff. But some folk ain't got the right raising. Let's just say that. I was raised to love people based on how they treat me. But she don't know her stuff. We're gonna listen to more. I'm telling y'all, I'm probably gonna get mad again. Listen to this. I'm probably gonna get mad again.
Because of the color of my skin. So that was to gain confidence. It was not to say, I'm going to take from your culture and apply it to me. That was completely misinterpreted.
Right. So I was telling you how it was perceived by because my sector is predominantly Black women.
Hold on, I gotta say something about that one. I just had a thought process. You trying to say that you want to learn you basically, if you break it down, even though you didn't say this per word per se, I'm not putting words in your mouth. You saying you want to learn to be Black is also cultural appropriation and wrong. Because you'll never learn that. You'll never be able to be that. You're not Black, so just get over it. Just saying. I grew up in the culture, and people sometimes say I talk funny, and I can't help that. That's part of my, where I grew up. That's not me trying to appropriate a damn thing, right? But I will say this: people who did not did not grow up there and you trying to sound like something you're not, you are. You're doing cultural appropriation. You're trying to take stuff. You ain't from the ghetto and the hood. Stop trying to be it. If you from the suburbs, admit you from the suburbs. No, see, and I'm calling the hood a culture. Yes, I am. But no, I'm just this lady right here made me a little mad. Some of the things that she was saying. Um, I don't know this lady, but some of the things she was saying did not sound right to me, and I'm pretty sure y'all feel the same exact way, and y'all can come out and say how y'all feel. But I'm not feeling it right now. I'm not. And you're sitting there saying that you want to do this and that next thing. Look at the chat, y'all. Look what the chat's saying. The chat, uh, I'm not letting up guests right now, Illuminated, because we're going over this right this second. But as soon as I get done with this, I'll let you up, because right now unless you want to add to the topic, because this situation is very serious, if that makes sense. Now, if you want to add to it, I'll add you. If you want to add to it, if you feel like that, if you feel a certain type of way about this lady and what you heard and what you saw, um, would do you have like? I'm playing the live right now, so I'm not trying to interrupt too much, but I am going to show when she starts talking about racism in the UK. I have I'm gonna literally show you as you scroll down all the things that you see when you just do a simple Google search of racism within the UK. Oh, okay. So I'll go ahead. I'll add you up. Hey, Illuminated. Oh, I just added Illuminated, and Illuminated dropped down. Well, I tried Illuminated. We're gonna play this live right quick, but there are some things that I'm gonna show without a shadow of a doubt. Just like legally, she was talking about a content creator could be held responsible for a chatter's words. In civil case, there's no legal precedence for it to be criminal. I'm going to go ahead and preset it. There is no legal standing for it to be criminal. But even in a civil suit, right? I cannot be held responsible. Let's say Divin has an opinion that I may or may not like. Guess what? That's her freedom of speech to say her opinion. I cannot be held responsible for what a chatter says in the box. Now, as the content creator, can I control my chat and block or delete someone who I believe is breaking community guidelines in terms of service? Yes, I may. Yes. I can do that. Right? But I'll get to that point in a minute, because we're going to watch and you'll see what she says. That way I can show you in truth.
So when they heard you say what you said on Taylor Port Tuesday, they perceived what you said was like, well, why she come over here to learn how to become like sassy? You say you didn't say sassy. You said something.
No, I said sassy. I did say sassy, but obviously our interpretations of it.
When you're, but
So she admitted to saying sassy, y'all. She admitted it. Hey, Illuminated.
What's up? What's up?
Did you watch this situation go down Friday?
No, I didn't. I didn't watch this. I was hearing about it, but like, man, this is a disaster. You feel me? We're looking at the byproducts of this disaster. You feel me? Because like certain people, just need to go ahead and just go ahead and accept that they're not from certain areas.
Big
And
facts. Just sit your butt down.
yeah, just stay in your lane. You feel me? This is what happens when motherfuckers is doing too damn much. You feel me? And this is a byproduct of doing too damn much. You feel me? Like,
Exactly.
Like, bro, you can't be from everywhere, you feel me, all at once. You feel me? Like, oh, I'm from the hood, but I'm not hood no more. Like, you feel me? It's either one or the other. You feel me? It's either you
It's
hood, you
always
ain't.
in you, no matter if you move out of it or not. It's
Yeah,
always
like,
in
yeah,
you.
but that shit gonna be a part of me, bro. Like, I went to the hood yesterday. You feel me? Like, I went to the hood yesterday, bro. Come on, man. Like, that shit gonna always be a part of me, no matter.
I'm
You
gonna
feel
tell you
me?
what I think retrospectively for this lady. I don't think she has ever went to an area like we grew up in, because if she did, she wouldn't be saying half the stuff that she's saying.
Yeah, it sounds outlandish just hearing it. You feel me? Like, damn, so this how it sounds? You feel me? They don't like, damn, I didn't even know.
She stated in this live that she's never seen racism in the UK. She's
Yeah, that's a lie. That's a lie because that's a big ass lie because that's where it's predominant at in the UK. You feel me? Like,
she stated that with cultural appropriation versus appreciation, um, she basically like understands it by the technical terms, but I don't think she understands it in the fact of how it is like when you see it in real life. You know what I'm saying? Like people taking over people's stuff. Like and she doesn't realize she's in a predominantly black space right now, right? You got to respect the space you're in. I realize I'm a visitor. I'm white. I'm a visitor, right? So I got to respect the space I'm in and the people that are around me. I don't think she gets that. I don't think she gets the fact that she's in a space that's not her own and you can't just try to take it over and nothing like that because it ain't yours to do. You got to sit back and chill and get to know folk. And like me, I've been here for years, right? You ain't never heard me say some of the stuff that came out of this lady's mouth. I ain't trying to come over here to learn to be sassy. That's what she said. I'm like, ugh, just the terminology. The terminology. Mm-mm. We're going to play some more of this right quick, though. Don't get too mad, Illuminated. I got a little angry last night.
So, so what I'm trying to say to you, Mel, is the way they perceived you, and they're like, why would she come to a predominantly black space, wanting to know how to be sassy? Like, you can't learn how to be sassy from your own culture. Like, you have to come and look at black women as being sassy.
Okay, so I will apologize to your community for the misinterpretation. Like I said,
I'm using it. No, I'm using an example. I'm not.
Here's my thing about the sassy thing. Can't white people be sassy too? I'm just saying, why she gotta act like she gotta learn that from somebody else? And it's not the black community's job to teach you a damn thing. Learn it. It's real simple. Pay attention. I'm sorry. I'm getting angry again.
yeah, but like that.
I'm sorry. I'm getting angry again.
Hey, I feel you. I feel you. Shit, that shit got me hot too. It's like, damn, the fuck, sassy, the fuck. I don't even look at black people as sassy. I just feel like they passionate about certain topics. You feel me? It is what it is. Just like you might have certain shit that you're passionate about, Charlie. You feel me? Like
Yeah, like why
everybody
she
got
gotta
certain
say it like
certain
that?
like yeah, that sassy shit. That shit there, like that'll.
That
Like
don't look
her
good.
alone saying that shit don't even look good. You feel me? And even though she's saying, "Oh, I'm coming in pieces," like you're coming malicious. You're coming
Mm-hmm.
maliciously. You feel me? Like, nah, sell that shit to somebody else, man. Sell that shit to somebody
You know
else.
for a fact if we was in the hood and she said that in the hood, what would
Oh, it's
happen to
going
her?
down. It's going down.
She would get her
It's
teeth
going.
knocked out.
Yeah, it's going down. It's going down. First quarter. What did you say? Excuse me. Say that
Excuse me.
again.
Yeah, you know the excuse me.
Yeah.
What you just say?
Yeah,
Say that
excuse me.
again. Say it
Can you
again.
run that? Can you run that by me one more time? Yeah.
Cause I'm gonna tell you something. Where I grew up originally, she would get her teeth knocked out for saying some of that stuff. I'm just saying, cause the first thing they're gonna do is they're gonna do the head look. What you just say?
Yeah.
Say
It's
that
gonna be that.
again.
It's gonna be the double take. It's gonna be the double take for me. You feel me? Like
Mm-hmm.
what?
The whole group gonna turn around and look at her and go, "What'd you just say?"
Yeah, it's gonna be the double take for me, and that double take gonna draw me in. You feel me?
And if she's dumb enough to repeat herself,
oh yeah, it's going down. Oh yeah, we got action. We got we got action, y'all.
see, I
You
grew
know,
up. I grew up around it. You know what I'm saying? So I know. I've seen it. I've seen it happen. I'm like, "Ooh, you in trouble." That's what I'm saying in my mind. I'm over here eating my popcorn right in the corner, and I'm like, "You finna get hit up right upside the head," and I'm gonna laugh.
yeah, right after these few we'll be back after these few messages from from our sponsors
Yeah.
on everything, cause that's boop boop boop. All right.
And you either got to do one or two things: hold up or fold up. And
Yeah, and a lot of people gonna fold. A lot of people gonna
hmm
fold in them situations, cause you feel me, like bro. A lot of people don't know what to do in those when the heat is on, bro. When the heat is on, that's all I'm gonna say. When the heat is on, my nigga, what you gonna do? You gonna hold them or you gonna fold them? Cause
I'm gonna say this: she wouldn't last 5 seconds. I'm gonna say this: if she wanted to learn right about the beef sector and how to be sassy. I'm doing quotes in my head's doing the chicken thing right now because I'm mad. Um, why didn't she sit back and watch? Why didn't she sit back and pay attention? Why didn't she respect the people?
yeah, all she had to do was observe, motherfuckers, bro. That's all, and that's all it is. Is like you learn how to deal with people and how people gonna accept you know, the treatment is based off of how you treat people. You feel me? So
I was
why
always
not?
taught to treat people how they treat you. If they're good to you, you be good to them. If they bad to you, well, just knock them in the face. But anyway,
Yeah, some people taught to be indifferent to people, regardless of how you feel me, how they treat them. You feel me? So that
but
that's neither
if you
here
want to
nor there.
learn a
If she wanted
culture,
to learn, she could have learned. You feel me?
yeah,
It's different ways she could have went about getting the information. You feel me? And it would have been way more informational than a Google search. You feel me? Because you just looking up these definitions and you basing it off of the definition, but you might not be putting shit in context. You feel me? You
you got
might
it.
be,
Context is everything, and if you don't know the
yeah,
context, you're gonna mess up. And
right.
here's the thing, like I think she said the things that she said to think it was cute or funny, right? Because a lot of people in the UK are cheeky, right? So they'll say stuff that they think is cute and funny. They don't realize, and this is another thing: American culture versus UK culture, right? She could have came in here and chilled out, got to know the people, looked around. Same thing for Resto and them, right? Got to know the people and came in like let's use Big Rig for example, right? He came in here. I mean, he ain't white, but I don't have. Well, Z Sarah, she's from the UK and she white. We could use her as an example. That's right. Zara, right? She come over here. She chilled. She got to know the people. She didn't just start, jumping up on panels and saying some crazy mess. That's a prime example right there. She didn't jump up and act crazy. We have a few that I can't use as examples because they did jump up and act crazy. Um, like, some people I don't understand. I'm gonna play some more of this and we're gonna listen. I'm probably gonna get mad again. Um, yeah, I guess she's never been to Manchester, England. I'm guessing she's never been to a lot of places. I have English friends, and I'm gonna tell you, I have some that grew up in the hood areas. They do have those over there, regardless of what people think. Um, she never grew up in, she's, you could tell, you could just tell, because she would get knocked out in some places. I'm just saying, they ain't gonna take that. And saying you ain't never
Yeah,
seen
you could tell she's sheltered. She's very sheltered. You feel me? A very sheltered experience or controlled experience, I could say. You feel me? Just based off of her word choice. You feel me? And the way she says her lines, her one liners. You feel me? Like that shit, that was hit different.
yeah, because I'm gonna tell you, even when I was watching that whole live, what I was thinking to myself was, This is not making you look any better. You're actually digging a hole for yourself right now and making yourself look worse and worse and worse and worse. And I'm gonna tell you, I did not like what she was saying, and I was so angry in that chat. If my man had not been asleep, you know what I'm saying? I would have jumped up there and said something. And I was glad that Key Deadman popped up there. Key Deadman is an OG of the black sector. A lot of people, if you don't know that, if you're from the beef sector, you've never been over to the black sector, she is an OG, right? And that's why I always respect my OGs. She got up there, she lives in the UK. So she knows what goes down in the UK. And she just proved that just 2 weeks ago they had protest against racial inequality. Just 2 weeks ago.
Right.
I'm like, how do you not know that? But you live there. Come on now. Now, here's the thing. She can't speak some of the things she was saying on certain things she don't know. Like, I can't speak for the black culture fully. Right? I'm not black. I don't know what you go through, Illuminated. Right?
Right.
I can't
Right.
speak on that. That's not for me to speak on. Now, can I say I don't like it? You
Yeah.
get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yes.
You could say that. You could not
But
like
can I
something
say
nowadays.
I know how you feel? No, I can't say
No,
that.
you can't go off of experience because
That you didn't have.
yeah, you can't. Yeah, if you didn't have that experience, then well, what have you experienced?
Yeah, you could say you
What are
don't
you
like
basing?
something.
What are you basing your analysis or your analysis off of? You feel me? Because you gotta have some stats or some data. You feel me to apply or you feel me to look at. And
Right.
if you're not looking at nothing or no stats, then what are we doing?
That's like I could
Like,
say I don't like what you have to go through. I don't agree with it. You know what
yeah,
I'm saying?
that's just like me saying, oh, I know what white people go through. I'm not white. I don't know what no white people go through. The fuck.
Yeah,
I
that's
would never know. I would never know.
yeah,
I could
that's what I'm
try.
saying. Like that's like we can see each other and what we go through, and we can say we may like something, we may not like something that people go through, but we can't say we know what they go through because we're not them. I will admit it now, and I'll hold my hand in there. I will never be a black person. I am white. It's not happening. My skin tone's not changing. It's gonna be there to the day I go on to glory. I go on to heaven. You know what I'm saying? So I
Mhm.
will never understand. Well, not I can see, but I will never feel and go through what a black person in America goes through because I am not, and I can never claim to be. I have never claimed to be. The whole time I've been in this beef sector, I've been myself. I've always said I was. Now, could I have been one of
And
these people that pretend and lie?
we accept you for who you are.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And see, that's what she could have done. Here's the thing. This is what I hate about some of these white people coming into the predominantly black spaces. And I understand what black people feel about this because I see it myself, right? I can't say I understand fully. I can say I see it, right? They come in here acting like they own shit. They come in here acting like they gonna take over shit. No. Respect the space you're in. Remember, you're a visitor. You just came in the house, right? You wipe your feet off. You go sit in the corner. You get to know the people. And they
You know what
it just kills
I've
me.
come to, you know what I've come to realize though, like when it comes to like people like that, especially when they enter in new spaces, especially when they don't like know the spaces that they're in. I feel like those are the worst ones because they ain't really got no home. They looking for a home. You feel me? So it's like if you hate yourself, you gonna hate everything. You feel me?
Mhm.
It's
And I
nothing. You ain't gonna never find nothing that's going to, you know, fill that void of whatever you trying to fill. You feel me?
it it just kills me because where I grew up in the culture for most of my life, right? And that's the only way I know how to say it, right? I've seen firsthand people like this. I've seen them. I know what they do. I know how they do it, and I know how they get the teeth knocked out too. And guess what? I'm gonna be the one over there eating my popcorn laughing.
Yeah, I mean, you can't save nobody. Shit, you can't save nobody from themselves, especially not themselves. You
I
feel
ain't
me?
Captain
Like
Save a Hoe, and guess what? You came
you
in
gonna
wrong.
be,
You
yeah,
disrespecting
shit. You
folk,
play,
and you
you
deserve it.
play Captain Saberho. You gonna be right in the blender with their ass.
Mm-hmm.
Be right in the blender with their ass. Oh, you defending this? Okay, go ahead. I'll with your hand too. Shit, fuck it. The more the merrier.
See, that's why I know I'm a person that's sitting over there chilling. I'm like, uh-huh. See what happened to you?
And
You
then
should have
like I
came in respectful.
be hating how certain people be trying to goddamn bogart certain, you feel me, certain chats and shit like, oh, well, we're the Godfather who sanctioned you to be over, like, this the fuck, man. You better sit your
I can
ass
be
down
wherever
somewhere.
I want and go
You
wherever the
feel
crap
me?
I want.
Like, this the first thing first. This, do you pay anything over here? First thing first, do you pay anything over here? Before we even get started on where I can and can't go, do you pay anything?
I get
Oh,
exactly what you
okay.
mean.
Oh, okay. So you don't pay nothing? All right, then. Why the fuck does it matter what the fuck I'm going and how I'm spending my time? If you don't pay nothing over here, make that make sense. Make that make sense, please. I'll wait. I drop the mic. I'll even go on mute.
Yeah,
Somebody get up here and goddamn me explain this shit, cause this shit don't make no motherfucking sense. It really don't. And that's what I mean by motherfuckers, bro. Motherfuckers got too much goddamn time, bro. They be worried about some shit that ain't got nothing to do with them. But the shit that, you feel me, the shit that they do got control over, they ain't worried about that shit for nothing though. But that shit going to shit though.
we're gonna watch some more of this, and I'm probably gonna get angry again.
But
You
I,
probably
I,
gonna
I
get angry.
digress.
We probably gonna get angry.
Not coming at you. I want you to know, like, I'm not coming at you. I'm using an example of appreciation versus appropriation. So how you came over here is like appropriate, like you're not, you can appreciate the culture by just being you, being authentically you.
I
But
am always
appropriation
authentic.
and not appreciating is more so like you look at black people and you stereotype them, you make them become sassy and ghetto.
No,
And
no, no, no,
that's
no,
because
no, no, no.
that's preconceived notions before knowing, like, because we're
Lemon, that's
more than
completely incorrect.
sassy and
I come
ghetto.
from a country where
I'm just
I
using you
don't
as an
see color.
example.
Yeah, and this was the misinterpretation. I come from a country where we don't see color,
Yeah.
we don't see race, we accept each other as people. We are one, we are united. It's not about the color of our skin. If I use
Can I fact check that?
Of course, you can fact check that.
Yeah, go ahead. What do you want to fact check? I'm pausing the
time. Okay, you're from United Kingdom, is that correct?
Yes, QI.
Okay. Now, I do understand that United Kingdom is a multicultural place. However, still there, you have cultural appreciation overrides appropriation, which means that things can still be offensive to people, taken offensively or derogatorily.
How so, QI? Can you elaborate?
Well, I'm just gonna, for example, use Muslims, right, or Islam.
One second, grown folks. I see you backstage, but it's only between me, Mel. Hold on, y'all keep clicking the link. It's only between me, Mel, Reso's doing the time, and Glenn. Everybody else, y'all can't click the link right now. We're in a debate, so I can't allow you guys up. That's all. Go ahead.
Honestly, I'm gonna say that as objection unless you make a good point with this Muslim thing.
Okay, well, I don't want to use the Muslim thing. I'm going to use something else that's easier, right? I'm going to use braids, right? Okay, like a person, like other cultures can appreciate, the braids. However,
wait. Wait, Hugh, I'm sorry. Did you have an objection towards what they said, or do you just want to interject? Because like this is not between.
Well, I'm basing it off of what I know. I'm basing it off of what Mel just said. She said in her country that
No, this is not. Okay, yeah, but this is not between you and Mel right now. This is between Mel and Lemon.
But we want.
No,
all right.
You can put, that's not a fact check. That's not a fact check.
Yeah, fact check is like to say like what she said, QI, and you can go look it up and you have a difference in opinion because you looked at what.
A fact check would be, I can go ahead and tell y'all, we fixing to look at this, where she said there isn't racism within the UK, right? We're gonna I'm gonna add a new a screen share over here. I'm gonna add a new one. Okay. We fixing to oh, I need to change oh, it's gonna make me change what screen I'm changing right quick. Look at this. Now, I want to show y'all. I'm not clicking on any specific article at this moment, right? But I'm going to scroll and show y'all all the stuff that's going on in Great Britain today, right? It has a long history, including structural discrimination and hostile attitudes against various ethnic minorities, right? We just going to scroll. We're going to scroll, right? And we're gonna look at we're gonna see some of these you know, look as we scrolling. Look, I'm gonna go to the second page. Like it's just they had literally have a website within the UK that's called Stop the Hate in the UK. They have hate crimes. Here's the statistics. This right here is something that should have been brought up yesterday. 43% of hate crimes reported to Stop the Hate in UK are racially motivated, and 19% increase in racially motivated hate crimes. Racially motivated hate crime. Look at the statistics. I mean, you can sit there and there is cases that you can actually look up. There was this one young man who was arrested and they had to apologize to his family. It don't mean it make us no better, but sit here and look at what we looking at. Like you can quite literally look it up on the BBC website. We have existed in Britain and been prisoners, inventors, icons, and then colonialism happened, and that has shaped the experience of Black people. But that is not all we are. That is a direct quote from a BBC website of a person who said that the UK is not innocent. You can literally look it up. And you literally get cases after cases and things to note about what has happened in there. They had race riots. Come on now. This is in Bristol, the Bristol bus boycott. And even in today's society, they're still having it. You can look it up. It's not that hard. It's literally a Google search away. You cannot say some of the things you're saying because here's the thing. You don't know what Black people go through in the UK. You're not Black. Now, Key Deadman is from the UK. If Key Deadman come up and want to say what she goes through as a Black person living in the UK, she can. But you cannot say you know what they go through. I'm sorry, you can't do it. You are extremely too defensive. You ain't sitting there trying to see. You don't want to see. Admit that part. But seeing, all you got to do is go to the areas. Go see. Go out in the community. You will see it for yourself. Trust me, it's not that hard. It's literally a Google search away. Even if you're sheltered and you've never seen it for yourself yet. It's as simple as going to get to know the people. It's as simple as, asking a person from your area what they have been through. what injustices they have been through. A person can tell you, like I could ask any one of my chatters right now, what are some of the things that you've been through? And I bet you this chat would light up with all the things that they've been through, all the things that's been done to them. You could do the same thing. It's not that hard to do. It's really easy. Now, if you were going to say, use examples and whatnot, I'm just telling you what you could have done and how easy and simple it is to disprove that. Just because you ain't seen it don't mean it ain't there. And how can you not see it? That's the question. That's the question of the hour, because I've seen it. I've seen the injustices. Doesn't mean I've been through them and can tell you what it feels like, but I've seen it. Open your eyes, baby. Open your eyes and become not just a person that's around people. Open your eyes and become a person that stands up for people. Be that person. Don't sit there and close your eyes and don't see it. And y'all know exactly what I'm talking about. Open your eyes. Become an ally. It's called pay attention. All right, y'all, I'm getting mad and angry. We're gonna go back to this screen and we're gonna watch. Lemon was making some very valid points in this, in my opinion. And they're gonna say I'm hating on her. I don't care, because how can you say you've not seen it? And I got so angry last night. I was trying to give it a chance. I was trying to give that person a chance, but it's making me mad. I can't help myself.
She said. So I feel like I was giving Mel an example of how appreciating it versus appropriation. So a lot of people feel like when Mel came over here that she was not appreciating the Black culture. She's sort of like, I see Black women. Let me come to this Black space and learn how to be sassy and stuff. So automatically, hold on, that's not her perception.
All right, we got
automatically
starting. We got action.
Hold on. Automatically, the people from my sector feel like Mel, being a white woman coming over here, and you look at them as being sassy. You're already stereotyping. Because if you either
right.
you're either sassy or you're not. And you don't got to come to like a Black space to learn how to be sassy. You either got it or you don't. You can learn how to be sassy from a white woman, an Asian woman, whatever. But you came over to a Black space and you wanted to learn how to be sassy from a Black woman. So you're already stereotyping them.
But I just explained. Could that just not have been a misinterpretation? And I explained it was because to give me confidence for extending myself into other communities. Because I never go into other communities because of my anxiety. This was a manner in which Resto was trying to give me the confidence that I need because I suffer with anxiety. So can we agree it was a misinterpretation? I've been accused of wanting to study the culture. I never used the word study. I am very, like I said, I don't see color. I don't see religion. I wanted to come into your sector and just say hello.
Vibe with the people. The words might have got lost in translation. Yes. Mm-hmm. When you say, I want to learn how to be sassy, but you're talking to a predominantly Black sector, how it comes off is, no, you don't have to use the word study. But right. I'm saying that. What I'm saying to you is, when you say, I want to learn how to be sassy, but you're in a Black space, you're looking at Black people as a stereotype. You're not looking at them for who they are. You're like, they know how to like, you didn't use this word. They know how to woo bang. They know how to argue with X, Y, and Z. But it's pretty much stereotyping a specific culture and making it seem like because they're Black, I can learn how to be. And y'all use this word like ghetto. Let me learn how to hold my own. Right? No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying how it came off to us, our Black people.
Okay, and I apologize for the misconception, and I've also said that was not my intention.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So I didn't misappropriate you or your culture. I just said it was to give me the confidence to extend myself into other communities. That was my interpretation of sassy, to give me confidence to branch out.
to give you confidence, but in order to get that, you can't look at like come into a black space, like teach me how to be sassy. How that comes off is I want to learn how to be like this because I can learn from you guys because you view them in a certain light. Now I understand you're not being racist, you're not doing X, Y, and Z, but how it's perceived and perception is everything, yeah. They just didn't like what you said, and I can't change their feelings on what you said. But I know you didn't mean it that way, but how it came off to them, their feelings is valid as well. You didn't mean to hurt their feelings, and they didn't mean to be brutally honest with you.
No. Like I said, why is this about, why does it have to be me coming into your space and saying hello? Why does it have to be about color? What we're going to?
It's not about color. I use you as an example about appreciation versus appropriated, and I feel like appreciating something is staying true to who you are in a black space. What that means is you should have never said, I want to learn how to be sassy from you guys, because once you said that, you're not appreciating just being around black people because you're changing who you are to fit in.
Facts, Lemon. If you're a white person in this space, you don't try to change yourself to be nothing you're not. You appreciate the people around you, right? You appreciate the space that you're in and that you're allowed to be a guest. Because here's the thing, they don't have to allow us to be here. They could say, nah, Kick Rock's gone somewhere. They could. It's their space. It's not yours. You don't own it. Okay? Just saying. Respect the space you're in. Respect the people around you. Right? It's called respect. And nobody has to teach you nothing. That's what you ain't understanding. You're not understanding. Why would you even say that? I'm just saying. Child.
With a different crowd.
I'm around black people in my community all the time. I don't. Are we going to base this whole debate on this topic on the one word which has been misinterpreted?
No, I'm using you. No. It's not an argument. I'm using you just as my example about appropriation versus appreciating. So what I'm saying to you is, if you just would have came over and not said that, you would have had a different kind of
divide, Lemon, on one word, which I've explained what that meant to me, and it had nothing to do with your culture. It was to do. I was just saying that Resto was helping me branch out and get more confidence. It could have been in any other sector. It applies to every other sector that I go to. Are we going to base this entire argument?
No, it's not. No. No, this is one topic. When I had a chance to hone in on my point, I can use you as an example because I brought you over here, and because of choice words you said, I was able to use you as an example versus appreciating it versus appropriation. So that's it. It's not about this.
Clarifying example of it outside, like, can you get just use
outside of males, so so she feels better?
No, not that it has anybody to has nothing to do about feelings. It has to do with about just demonstrating, because seeing like another avenue. Like, does Eminem appropriate black culture by being a rapper?
No, he doesn't.
But he took something from this community and then.
But the reason why Eminem is not, because listen, he's
wait. I'm
okay.
If you start answering the question, I got to start the timer again. Is that what we're going off?
Well, this is the moment. Yeah, he asked the question.
Example.
I know, but I'm saying. If like,
because when I was trying to clarify. When I was trying to go into my example, I could tell that like Mel's definition, Mel is not clear in her definition, right? Because she just asks, what does color have to do with it? But color does mean culture.
Yeah, but I see you as a person, QI. Just a person, like me.
All right, I'm starting the timer.
I would have to say that color is not entirely culture because you have the same color of people but have multiple different cultures depending on their location and where they
within
live.
the color. I get that, but I'm saying I'm saying that I could tell that she was not clear about the.
Respectfully, it's not a debate between you and Glenn right now.
No, this I'm not debating it. What I'm saying is I could tell that Mel was not clear, like with what culture is just by that statement. And then also I checked.
Listen. This is the conversational portion where they start to like feel each other out, and like they start to like get the sparks going.
Okay, I'll let it go. I'll let it go.
Okay.
I'll let it go, but
we're not debating the fucking panel. It would have looked a lot better with the formatting, but hey, we're here, so let's go. I'm continuing the fucking time.
Resso.
It would have actually helped the conversation to become better, and it would have helped Mel.
Stop.
No, I'm just saying.
All right, QI.
Go ahead.
Please, we're not gonna turn this into a hot mess experience. Let's go. So that was my opinion. No, Mel, we're not going to stay stuck on the topic. I was just using you as an example, and then we're going to move past.
Okay, so let me ask you some questions, Lemon, just so we can kind of take a different direction, darling.
Okay.
Would you say a white person appreciating a culture where he likes it or she likes it so much that she wears braids, right? Is that appreciation or is that appropriation?
It depends on your targeted audience, right? Because
it depends on what braids we talking about. That's what it depends on. Because there's different kind of braids. You can't just say one kind because, it depends on which one we talking about. Now, if we talking about box braids, that's cultural appropriation. If we talking about French braids, that's a different thing. You know what I'm saying? They doing too much. They doing too much. And he was just cutting off UI, and she was trying to fact check. So it's okay for Mel's moderator to ask questions. And Lemon didn't even get to finish his statement at all on that one. And he was actually leading into a good point. He wasn't trying to become something he's not. You get what I'm saying? There's a difference. Now, we talking about different things, but you also can't umbrella everything. You got to be specific on certain things.
Because I know some white people in my neck of the woods who grew up in the hood, so they might wear braids. Now, somebody can see a white person with braids and feel like, oh, this white person trying their hardest to fit in with like black people. They want to wear braids and stuff like that. But if you as the individual appreciate the culture, then I feel like it's no problem with you wearing braids. You're not going against the grain. In fact, that braids is not often just worn in the African American community. It's worn across the world. However, appropriating it versus appreciating it, I feel like if a white person wearing braids is not.
You want to know how I appreciate it? Every time I see a beautiful woman of melanation with beautiful braids, you know what I say? Girl, I love your braids. I do. I love braids. I think they're gorgeous. I do. But I also know that it's not necessarily for me. That's a protective hairstyle for a reason. Could I possibly wear them? Yes. But at the same time, it ain't made for me. There's a reason why those hairstyles are a specific way. They're a protective hairstyle. Can I appreciate them and say they're the most gorgeous thing that I've ever seen? Yes, I can. I can appreciate the crap of it. That's appreciating it. Saying I love it and I think it's gorgeous. I love the different colors and stuff. But I also know it's not made for my hair. That's some people. I know how many white folk I know that got missing hairlines because they decided to try to wear something that ain't for them. Got whole holy spots in the side of their head. I'm just saying.
To me, I feel like it's not looked at it in a bad way for me, but how another person perceive you can be looked at it differently. Just like
is that
if
mean it's
a person come over here who if a person come over here, they like hip hop music, you can like our music, but don't say nigga. You hear me? You can say the music. Hold on, no, you right. But I'm saying you can love hip hop music, but when that N word hit, don't say so much now you're being disrespectful. So that's the difference. You can appreciate the music, but knowing your place and don't overstep your boundaries.
I can respect that. And how about if I turn the tables? White people
Let's go.
invented silverware. African Americans use silverware. Is that appropriation?
The fuck you mean trying to use silverware as a thing? Everybody uses silverware. If you don't, what the hell is wrong with you? Okay, I'm just sorry. I'm getting mad, y'all. I'm getting mad.
No. Right. Silverware? Like,
I know, I'm just throwing an example out there, just like a silly example.
Right. That's different because we can go to a lot of things Black people invented and that you guys benefit and use.
I'm not saying that we are the inventors and we are better. I'm not saying that. I'm just trying to make
I know, but I'm just saying because I could tell you.
And Lemon is right. A lot of the things were invented by different people. We can use inventions. That's not a good example. Okay? Because a lot of things were invented by different cultures and everything else. We appreciate their inventions because they made us move up in the world. Okay? I appreciate that a Black person made peanut butter, and it's the most appreciated thing in the world because, child, I love peanut butter. Okay?
Tell you a lot of things that Black people invented that you guys use in today's society. So it's not about silverware, and that's different. You're not understanding.
She's trying to point out that like the culture created this other group of culture decided to adopt that use of this thing that this other culture created. Is that not appropriation in definition? Is what she's trying to find a clarifying.
They're different. Y'all using like things that. Okay, so
it's more of the principle of what it is, because then it seems like it would be considered subjective, is what it comes out.
Well,
also, here's my thing. I could appreciate the fact that who made it. You give credence to who made whatever you're using, right? Whatever it may be, that's an invention. But you ain't appropriate nothing by using it. You're actually appreciating it. So that's different. That was not a good example in my opinion. Because inventions, how many things have been invented and people try to take over and say they did it? They did it first. They did it first. No, give credence to the person who made it. This is not a good example, y'all. This is not a good example. This was used out of context and should not have been used as an example of cultural appropriation versus cultural appreciation. Inventions can be made by any culture, right? And we can appreciate it by using or eating it. But at the same time, it's an invention. It's the betterment of all people. It's not something that specifically belongs to one culture. That's the difference. It doesn't specifically belong to said culture. It belongs to all people. They invented it and gave it to all of us. They said, here you go. Have this. This is amazing. I want y'all all to use it. Because, child, if they cut me off my peanut butter, I'm going to cry. I love my peanut butter now. That means we wouldn't be able to eat or do nothing. Do you realize that? Child. I'm shaking my head.
Well, no, it's different because when you look at a person, like let me say like this: if I come to like a white space and let's say I present myself differently and I was more hood and stuff, oh, I want to go hang around these white people because I want to learn how to be more classy. You're like looking at a particular culture and saying because they're white, I got to act a certain way. And I felt like when she came over here, as far as seeing Black women, she wanted to learn how to be sassy, but she had her whole life to become sassy from other people.
Here's the thing I could tell you as a teacher moment. Look at the chat and listen to what the Black women are telling you. Listen to them. Actually hear them and listen to them. And don't be stuck in your own way thinking you're right. Because what they're telling you, they're teaching you at this moment how to treat them if you actually pay attention. They're telling you they don't like that. So don't do it. Duh. Sorry.
Come over here to a black space and want to learn how to be sassy when you see a black woman, but you couldn't learn this elsewhere. So what you're
Lemon,
doing is you're stereotyping. I understand. I understand you apologize. I'm not worried about that. I'm just using an example. Silverware is subjective. Silverware is subjective.
Do you like Italian food? Do you like pizza? Do you like pasta?
Yeah.
Right. So I come from an Italian background. Are you appropriating or are you appreciating?
How are you using food as an example? Food is not an example. We all eat different foods. Y'all, I'm getting a headache already. Sweet baby Jesus.
Appreciate the food because I like it, but it's food. It's different. It's different. I'm eating food. I'm eating food. That's different. It's different. That is not the same.
How is it different?
Because Lemon's not trying to say that he owns the food. That's the point. People are not trying to claim the food that ain't theirs. Alright? They realize it comes from other places. Oh Lord, sweet baby Jesus. He's also not just sitting there and trying to put down, that's okay, Jesus. Jesus is trying to test me today, y'all. He's trying to test me. He's trying to test me because here's the thing. I'm going to say this right now. How are you using food as an example? Like, we all know where the different foods, like if I'm talking about, let's say I'm going to use food as an example right now. If I'm talking about ramen noodles, right? We all know where ramen noodles come from, right? We know where it come from. We ain't trying to claim it as our own and say we took it over. We eating a ramen. Okay? There's a difference. Oh, Lord, sweet baby Jesus.
Okay. Me going to go order a pizza. Me going to go eat pasta. Right? It's just me and my appetite. That is not cultural appropriation. You know what I'm saying? I can appreciate your food. Hold on, I can appreciate your food, but I'm not going here like, oh, bonjour, oui, you know, like I don't do all that. If I want Italian food, I'm going to go get Italian food. If I want a pizza, I'm going to go get pizza.
You could have said that by you eating the food, you're not disrespecting the culture. Just saying.
So but when you come to a space, when you come to a space, right, and you see it's black women, and you look at them already, you're identifying them as being sassy, right?
That was supposed to be
not looking.
Compliment.
What she's not understanding about the sassy word towards black women is that's leaning into stereotypes that is hurtful to the black woman. Okay? That's what you're not seeing. That's what you're not understanding. Listen to the people. They are trying to tell you they didn't like that. Alright? Okay. Because that is hurtful language. That is stereotypes. That is why it's considered what it is considered. Okay? You're hurting someone. You're literally using language that is stereotypical, just like when they say that because a black woman is opinionated, she got to be mad. No, she ain't got to be mad just because she got an opinion. You don't like the way she says it? That's your fault. That's on you. That's not on her. I don't like that stuff. I really don't. But saying that's leaning into the stereotypes, you're actually hurting the people. That is you're doing wrong when you're doing that. Do you not see that? You're leaning into the stereotypes. You're not uplifting the black woman. You're actually putting them down when you say that stuff. So maybe pay attention and listen to what the black women in the chat are saying, and not just me as a white woman, because they're telling you how they feel. They did not like that. Okay? Pay attention. If they don't like something, right, and you say something wrong, take responsibility for your actions and say, guess what? You know what? I may have said something wrong one time, but I ain't never going to do it again. I learned, I made a mistake. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt nobody. And then move on. Don't do it again. Don't ever use it again. Don't keep doing that because you're steadily just hurting people. You're steadily doing it instead of learning from your actions. If your actions hurt someone, apologize and don't do it again. It's that simple. It's not really that hard to figure to freak out. Respect the spaces you're in. Don't lean into like chat. I'm gonna go off. I'm gonna go off.
It was supposed to be a compliment.
That's not a compliment though, because you're not black, so you don't understand it. So what?
Black. So okay, right. Me going to Spain because I love Spain. I appreciate the Spanish culture and learning Spanish.
You're missing it. You're missing it. You're missing it. You're missing it.
No, I'm not missing it because you want to go on.
No, she is missing it because here's the thing: not all people of from Spain are Spaniards, and it's not called Spanish. It's called Spaniards. They're called Spaniards. Learn some things when you come to different cultures. Like if I say I'm going, if I'm going to Spain, then I'm going to see the Spaniard people. There are all different colors within and languages. It's not just Spanish that is spoken in the Spaniard, by Spaniards. Okay, because some of them are multilingual. Spanish may be the main language, but they're not called Spanish people. They're called Spaniards when they're from Spain. Because if you said that, you're also lumping in any person who speaks Spanish, which could be many different cultures and many different countries. When you're going to Spain, they're the Spaniard people. Okay? Not the Spanish people. Because there's a lot of people. Spanish is a language, not a people. Okay? Now, you could say Spanish speaking. She got to get that right. It's not Spanish people in Spain. They are called Spaniards. Okay? Sorry, I had to correct that. That kind of makes me mad when people lump people in.
On that one word, and we're not elaborating on anything else, Lemon. I go to Spain because I love their culture. I appreciate their culture. I learnt their language. Is that me appropriating, Lemon?
No, it's not. We could have been past this. We could have went to the next question. Listen, I'm gonna try to explain this one more time. When you come to a predominantly black space on your first visit, yeah, and you say, well, I really want to get to know you guys. I want to learn how to be sassy. How it comes off to black women is like you looking at them and identifying them from a stereotypical perspective and not just appreciating them just for who they are. You looking at no, because you're looking at black women as sassy, but they're more than sassy.
Okay, let me ask you.
Sassy could be something to you, but why not?
There's so much more, and you're literally lumping them into just a single word, is what Lemon's trying to say, and you're leaning into a stereotype. A stereotypical thing, which is a hurtful language. You got to learn your language skills. It's not sometimes how you say things, or it's not what you say, it's how you say it, if that makes sense. I would never go up to a person and go, oh, I want to learn how to be you. No, I would never say that. No, you can appreciate the culture without trying to be the person. I appreciate the culture. A lot of white people are here in the beef sector and appreciate the culture. We appreciate where we're at. We appreciate that we're allowed to be here as a guest. Okay? We don't go around disrespecting our melanated queens over here. We don't go disrespecting people like that. We respect the space we're in. And saying that, I look at the chat. Like, pay attention to how many people you hurt. That's not language they like. Learn to speak differently. I'm just, oh, chat. We ain't even got halfway through, y'all, and I'm still mad. So I can only imagine, with that not being directed at me, what my beautiful melanated sisters and brothers was feeling by listening to this, especially my sisters. I can only imagine what y'all were feeling knowing it was directed at you. I'm reading the chat. I'm seeing what's going on. And I'm with you, Heather. I feel so bad that so many people had to be affected by this. And, you know, how many people did you just hurt with your language? How many people did you just talk down to? Like, do you not realize the space that you're in is predominantly made of Black women? Do you not know how to speak to a Black woman properly? And it's not their job to teach you how to do that. It's called being respectful. I mean, it's simple. It's so simple to be a respectful person and not use stereotypes and not use hurtful language. That's hurtful language. Hey, Red Wings love. I mean, that's hurtful language. Am I wrong? That is hurtful language. Ooh, child.
Why not want to learn something different from them? Why do you want to learn how to be sassy? Like,
No,
what
I
else did
want
you
to
want to
learn
learn?
everything. If somebody's willing to show me their culture, I will absolutely learn and understand where their roots come from. But let me ask you a question, just to rebut on your sassy comment. If an African American opens up an Italian restaurant because they really love pizza, is that appropriation?
Yeah.
No, it's not. No, they're not downing the pizza and saying it's the worst thing that's ever been made in the United States of America, and the Italian culture should be ashamed of themselves. They're not saying that. They're not doing that. So it's not appropriation. Appropriation is when you use something from another culture and you literally are downing the culture it came from and hurting the people it came from. Damn it, people.
That's appropriation, not appreciation.
Wait. If you said if a Black person opened up a pizza joint, that is it appropriation? No. But here's the difference. You can't use because a person likes something and they, let's say, they make a profit off of it.
But so
it does
for me
not make them not appreciate
word that makes me appropriate on one word. When I'm asking you to giving you real life examples, if an African American opened up a pizza,
but you just said you thought that was a compliment to Black women, and I'm not even reading it, but they're like, no, that's not a compliment to Black women by saying you wanted to learn how to become sassy. No,
I just feel that way. I just feel that there's cognitive dissonance on this topic between you and I, Lemon, because I'm trying to move away from.
I don't think.
Here's the thing: people who try different foods, or let's say I opened up a Chinese restaurant, right, or a Japanese restaurant, and I got most of their food in my restaurant. Guess what? I'm still giving credence to the people who made it. So that's not appropriation because I'm still giving them the credit where they deserve it. I'm not putting down the culture. I'm not changing their food and then claiming it as my own. I'm not taking something from somebody else. I'm not stealing it. I'm giving them the credit where the credit is due. And why are you using food as a we all appreciate different food and inventions that were given to us by other cultures. Every single one of us in the world, we appreciate it. That doesn't mean we are stealing it. That doesn't mean we're appropriating it. That's what appropriation is. When you're stealing something and you're using it to put down the other culture, you're using it as a example. Blackface, right? What is that? That's a racist thing that's putting down black folk. Am I wrong? No, I'm not. That's cultural appropriation. That's terrible. That's doing some stuff like that. You're using someone else's culture and stealing it and taking it as your own and claiming it's yours. That's what that is. And you're putting down the other culture that actually came up with it in the first place. Instead of giving credence and love to it and appreciating what you're seeing and viewing. It's putting things down. I don't think she understands what it means. I truly don't. Because it doesn't sound like it. Like, inventions are made for everybody to use. Food is made for everybody to consume. We appreciate where that food come from, and it's in our bellies, and we happy about it, right? We appreciate who invented peanut butter, who invented the hot comb. I don't have to use a hot comb, but you get what I'm saying. Like, using the different inventions that people came up with. That's just what came to my mind at the time. We appreciate who made it, where it came up from, what culture it came from. But we're not taking said thing and trying to say, no, this is mine. You can't have it. Nobody else can use it. You're using something in a disparaging way as appropriation. You're trying to become a culture vulture, pretty much. Lord, I'm getting dumber. Y'all, my brain's hurting. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to formulate sentences anymore. If I say something in the wrong way from here on out, please look over me for this moment, because my brain is just dying right now on the inside.
When you give me examples, you're not giving me examples that line up with what you said versus how you're trying to have me answer something. If a black person likes pizza and he opens up a pizzeria, is that appreciation versus appropriate? No, they're different. That's not what's going on. It's your statements, your words, how you view something, and you kind of stereotype people.
No, I'm not stereotyping anybody. Does it? Absolutely not. If you come to me, right, Lemon, I've got Italian background, and you said to me, Mel, can you show me how to make an authentic Italian pizza? Is that appropriation or appreciation, Lemon?
It's appreciation, but that's different. But that's different, because just because you think because you have Italian roots and you guys make pizza that I can come over here and be like, hey, can you teach me how to make pizza? Yes, and that's not but that's not offensive.
So
right? Hold on. Because I'm appreciating your culture, right? But I'm not looking at you as saying, hey, I want to come over here and learn how to be sassy, even though I know what you meant. I'm telling you how it came out to the audience. Okay, you stereotype people, and you made Black women feel like they're only like good for learning how to be like, sassy and ghetto.
I said I would love to learn about your culture. Is that appropriation?
Also, just to say, I'm ghetto as hell and I'm white. Just hand in the air. You cannot stereotype and say that only black folk are in the ghetto. Because there's a lot of black folk that are in the suburbs. There's a lot of rich black folk. There's a lot of poor white people. Same vice versa. You get what I'm saying? Just saying. You can't say that they ain't white folk, if that makes sense. Because I'm living proof. Hi. I'm just saying. And there's some rich black folk that live in the suburbs too. So you can, you got to watch what you say, but you're leaning into stereotypes. You're using hurtful language at that point. That's what you're not getting. That's hurtful language. That's stereotypes. That's what you're not understanding. And if I'm wrong, anybody in the chat, you can call me out. But is that, if I'm not mistaken, to listen to the people? She's not listening to the people it's actually affecting. Read the chat. Listen what the black women are telling you. They don't like that you hurt them. You can't say I respect the culture and want to learn, like James said, while also not listening to the people in the culture, the people that are in it. Oh, have mercy, sweet baby Jesus.
for me to say I'd love to learn about your culture, just like I have done in England about Muslims. That's what I did. That's what I
know.
did.
What I'm saying,
it was to learn about your culture.
It was that one word that can make a difference. It's that one word that can make a difference.
Okay,
when you said sassy, it hit different. It hit different for my people, and they felt the way. So I have to respond to it. I understood
that point. We are done with that.
Okay.
Jesus. Wow.
It's not that bad, y'all. It's just a debate. It's just battle with the minds. I'm not upset with Mel.
No, I'm not upset with them at all.
Also, the reason the timer did run up, but at the same time, for this situation, they wanted to be over with this situation because she was digging herself a hole. Tell me I'm wrong. She was straight up digging that hole and digging it deeper and deeper and deeper, trying to debate the situation. All you have to do, if you look in this chat, is see how it affected and bothered people. Go look at the chat where you said that at. Read the chat. It's so simple. How many people did you hurt? How many people did you upset by using the language that you use? And the way that it sounded, it came off racist. It sure did. Ask anybody. How can you not see that? Oh yeah, that'd be another good question. What does she think all Italians only eat pizza and they only name Mario and they eat pasta all day and that's it? I swear to God, she done made me so mad that when I was watching this debate, I swear to God, I was so angry. Y'all see me in a chat in a minute, start commenting. I was angry. I was an angry person. In my opinion, Lemon won that topic because she couldn't state for facts. She was, in her opinion, she was on the side of, you know, she was for, actually, to tell you the truth, I don't know what she was for. Because she kept trying to make excuses and say, they were talking about a versus at this point. You get what I mean? But Lemon made some very valid points in the verses. This wasn't technically a for and against topic, but as we stated before, this was not necessarily a debate because what a debate is, you're supposed to be for one topic or against it. So let's say instead of a versus, you would have chosen for this topic cultural appropriation. Are you for it or are you against it? Technically, in this instant, as you hear, Lemon is saying that he's against people culture appropriating. You know what I'm saying? He is stating facts of why he feels in his mind, his opinions, not facts, because opinions and facts are different, but what he's seen or what he's went through, you know what I'm saying, and how cultural appropriation affects him. That the reason why he is against people doing it. He has stated that fact within some of it, but this was more so a versus, not a for or against topic. So, but you get what I'm saying? Like, she kept using things like inventions as her talking point. Do you know how many things? Okay, so this is what we're going to do right quick. Hold on, I'm going to show y'all something. Okay, because I am in a predominantly black space, we're fixing to show all the things that were invented by, black folk. And we're going to look at it. And I'm going to tell you, I appreciate every bit of it because, child, is going in my belly. Or I'm, some of the things I can use. Some of them I can't because it's not made for me. Right? But I ain't going to put down the culture and not say who didn't invent it. Okay, let's show this right quick. The potato chips, gas masks, blood banks, clothes dryer, peanut butter. See, that's my favorite. Electric microphone. Electric microphone, low cost sound recorder, folding chair, folding cabinet bed, protective mailbox, improved ironing board, home security systems, 3 lights, traffic light, refrigerator trucks, automatic elevator doors, color IBM PC monitor and gigahertz chip, super soaker, tissue holder, uh, laser foco, automatic gear shift, dustpan, and that's just to name a few. A few. But that don't mean, you know what I'm saying, that I go over here and talk crap and try to claim it as mine. I didn't make peanut butter, but I sure love it.
I just wanted to move off that one word.
Okay.
That's all.
Yeah. I'll give you advice a little bit later. You should have pushed a little bit harder on that. But it's not my job to tell you that right now. No, not you. QI, you need to.
No. She did not understand the difference. And I could tell. You didn't teach her the difference.
Yeah.
Okay, can I say I made a mistake by using that one word, and I did come into this community?
No. We're not talking about the one word. We're talking about. We're not talking about the one word.
We'll talk about that later. Like we'll have like an after show or whatever the fuck. But no, you're good. You're good. Everybody breathe. We're moving on to the next topic. That was the conversational portion, right?
Mm-hmm.
Jesus Christ, y'all.
Is this two more, y'all? It's just a debate, you know.
God damn.
Everybody relax. Nobody was hurt during that conversation me and Mel just had. Everybody's so good.
Yeah, y'all was lit, bro. I was like, damn.
Yeah,
bro. Honestly, I was getting more shit in the chat than anybody. I was like, what the fuck? What did
Don't worry about the chat. We're doing we'll get there after. That's the after show. Let's get through these next.
Yeah, I'm like, what
questions.
This shit fuck me for?
That was 50 Cent.
And she was still wrong about the UK statement because they do get offended
why you didn't
by
say
things.
Nothing? QI, that's your job.
I was trying to. You kept you kept interrupting me. You kept interrupting me. But the thing is, even in UK, they get offended culturally when you stereotype or when derogatory things are said or done about their culture.
That's not a factual claim, though. That's why I stopped you, because it's not factual.
I just read it right here. I looked it up. As soon as she said it. So it is factual.
Source, back chat right now. Source, right now. Back chat. Drop it.
And
all right, no problem.
Respectfully, just like I may not truly understand what goes on in your country, you don't live in my country, so you cannot speak from experience.
Well, that's not what I'm doing, Mel. That's not what I'm doing. I'm just like, when you said that, I just went and fact checked it. And from what I fact checked was that even though y'all are multicultural, y'all can still offend each other.
Okay, so next topic.
All right, we got to move on to the next topic.
Yeah, I'm gonna shut the fuck up during this next topic. I'm gonna let y'all cook.
Okay.
All right.
Now, let me respectfully, if I look at my notes, because that's what I do during the debate, I do bullet points so I don't.
No, you're good. You're good. No. You in that topic. Listen, that was a little bit more personal, but the next two topics is like, I feel like I don't know what he picked. But we'll see.
Stop making out.
But
is a content creator is a content creator accountable for their community's actions?
Did you want to
I say yeah. I'll go first.
You say
I'm gonna say no.
Wait, where are the stances?
My stance is I'm gonna say no because.
Wait. You don't have to say because, Mel.
I say yes.
Okay, perfect. We have a fucking debate. Let's fucking cook.
I'm gonna say no because as a content creator, and we have supporters. Some of our supporters go hard for us. Some of the support comes from like a level of, hey, you didn't ask me to do something for you, but I'm gonna do it because on the strength of GP, I fuck with you, and I might not ride with your other people, so I'm gonna stand on big business. But that is not a reflection of the host. So because a supporter of mine have my best interest and they do some diabolical shit, it's not my fault that they did this because they're adults, right? So I would not want the blame of a supporter who rocks with me, and maybe they pulled up a picture or did something crazy, or I don't support doxing, but I'm saying like they did something like it's not my I didn't do it to you. You know what I'm saying? It's not me. So I don't want hold on, I don't want the blame of a supporter supported me something for support of me be a reflection of me because I did not tell them to do so. Now, if you did tell them to do so and you got like people that you can whisper like and they'll do whatever you want, then that's different. But if they do it freely and they support you, no, it's not a reflection of the content creator. It's a person doing their own shit and they just wanted to do it. So no, I don't believe that it should be a reflection of the content creator.
Okay. So a minute and 30 seconds. That's my fault. I should have let y'all got y'all opening statements. I clicked the timer by mistake.
It's okay. Mel, we don't have to do opening statement. We said
no. You have an opening statement on that one. Mel.
Okay.
You said
so,
you believe it. So go ahead. Minute 30
all
seconds.
Right,
go ahead.
So let's Lemon. Can we remove the beef sector out of it because obviously the beef sector has
yeah.
So
minute 30 seconds. Go ahead.
All right. So absolutely content creators are responsible for their community's actions, right? You're an influencer. What is your message? You should be responsible for your message. YouTube TOS says, quote, as a YouTube creator, you should remain responsible both on and off the platform. If we see the creators on or off the platform behave harms others, community employees or the ecosystem, YouTube takes action and they remove your channel. Social media.
Yes, they can remove your channel. They can do that. YouTube has a right if you break terms of service or community guidelines to remove your channel. But here's the thing. Who's to say that what you're saying, big hugs, Red Wings, hey D Ham, welcome. Hey Miss Catherine, Miss Heather. Who's to say that the content creator knows that the person's doxing? Who's to say the content creator knows what the person is saying or doing? Here's the thing. Let me explain something to you about this. This is where you're getting things mixed up. Okay? Can a business be held responsible or a person for another person's actions? In some ways, yes, but this is where the yes comes in. I have to repeat. Let's say my commenter, I'm going to use the DHAM show or Red Wings as an example, says something derogatory about you, and I then present it as facts. Then I would be held responsible because I presented it as facts, right? Give me just a second. Guess right quick, just 1 second. But if I, as the content creator, say I am not responsible for what is said or done within my chat, it is freedom of speech. You would have to then sue the commenter, not me. Do you understand that? There's such things as disclaimers. Just like my my copyright disclaimer. I am transforming this content with my own personal views or beliefs. I am using this content for criticism and or educational purposes, which is within my legal right. Even though I am very respectful to the content holder, which is Lemon. I made sure I asked for permission and got it before I used said content, right? It's the same thing, okay? Before you were to put anything on your platform of someone else's, you can use the fair right disclaimer, but you also should give credence to the person who made said content. That's why I've been dropping Lemon's channel within my chat to make sure I am giving credit where credit is due. I am telling people that Big Lemon 1 is the one who made this content. Okay, I'm giving credence to him, the content holder. Just like I can't be held responsible. Let's say if I let a guest on here and they say something, I can't be held responsible for what they say because the views and opinions expressed by the guests are not necessarily them of my own. But if I myself take their words and use them and say they're fact and it's defamatory to someone else, then yes, I could be held liable. Just like your person in the chat tried to tell me about Pierce Morgan and Jaguar Wright and all these other things. Here's the thing. If you want to use a case and prove your point, what you should have said was, see, if a content creator uses the comment as fact, then the not only is the commenter and the content creator both held responsible, then that would be like the Cardi B versus Tasha K situation. Cardi B, Tasha K did an interview with a girl who said that Cardi B had an STD, right? But it was alleged. It was not proven to be factual. When they went to court, she showed her, her health status, which proves that she does not have said disease, right? It proved it without a shadow of a doubt. So therefore, you cannot claim someone has something that they don't have without definite proof. You have to have proof. Now, if the content creator says allegedly or the person says it out of their mouth. Now, if Cardi B had been on an interview and said that she had been with someone who had it, then reasonably you could deduct that it's possible that she may. But you have to still say allegedly. And defamation and slander is so hard to prove. That's what a lot of people don't understand under the defamation lawsuits. It is hard to prove, but you have to sue the person who says it, not the commenter. Not the content creator. I could have somebody here talking crap about anybody, and guess what? You can't sue me. You have to sue them because they're the one that said it, not me. And I didn't put it up here as if it's factual. It's a conversation. People have freedom of speech. Okay, I'm sorry about that. I went off on a little tangent. I got a whole guest, y'all, and I went off on a whole tangent. Let me add you up here. Is that you, Illuminated?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yep.
we finally trying to get into the meat and potatoes, a little bit further in. We're 45 minutes now. We got about 2 hours of this. But I will state that in my opinion, she tried to
Hey,
use
bro, that last statement about the silverware.
the silverware is what got you. Illuminated, your sound went out, just to let you know. You may be moving around.
Hello?
Okay, we can hear you now.
Oh, bad, I had a phone call. Hey, but no, like that last statement about the silverware, like where the fuck she live at? The fuck? Shit, silverware, that's not nothing new, you feel me? Like, the fuck?
She was using food and inventions as her examples, which are not
That's not,
proper
but
examples.
that's not the thing to do because a lot of inventions were stolen, you feel me? Like we could go all the way down to the fork, to the goddamn stoplight, to wherever you want to go. We could go. All that shit was black inventions. So
Well, that's what I was showing a while ago. If you notice when I scrolled across the screen,
that shit
I was
crazy.
showing you a bunch of things that was created, and that's just a few. You know what I'm saying? That's not all, because you'd have to it'd take you all day to show all the inventions.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
You'll be here forever. It'll be a history lesson that you never learned before. You feel me? You'll be like, damn, I ain't know that. I ain't know that. Yeah.
Well, that's like when I learned that peanut butter, because I love me some peanut butter now,
Oh
child.
yeah. Shout out to my folks for that one. You feel me?
I know, right? But
Yeah, peanut butter,
I love it.
big facts. Peanut butter. Y'all would have peanut butter if it weren't for us.
That's what I'm saying. You know how much I love my peanut butter. But here's the thing. She can't use that in an argument of appropriation versus appreciation. Because everybody appreciates
Yeah,
who that came
everybody
from.
appreciates some smooth ass peanut butter. You feel me?
We all
Yeah.
love our peanut butter now.
Peanut
And
butter,
then
PB and J. Now you feel me?
shit.
some niggas get some PB and J's right
And
now.
you lucky if
Yeah.
you got the J, but
You feel me? Shit, the peanut butter. So I go happy with the peanut butter alone.
I'm telling you, but so that's what I'm saying. Like she can't. She's trying to claim,
She's trying too hard. Like
yeah.
in my book, just like just me looking at it from like the inside looking out. Yeah, she's trying too motherfucking hard, bro. Like you ain't got to do all this. You feel me?
You just gotta sit
It's,
back and chill and be cool. That's
yeah,
it.
like she's doing way too motherfucking much. You feel me? It's like it's either you opposing, you ain't opposing. Like you're making yourself look like opposing. You feel me? So it's like, what the fuck is you hiding?
She's making
So
like remember what
now,
I said that she was digging a hole and she made it deeper.
yeah.
She made it deeper.
So it's like now we're looking for the flaws. Like, yeah, this was wrong with your eyes. This was wrong with you. This was wrong with you. You feel me? Instead of you coming like how you was and just present yourself. You feel me? Like we're not hard to get along. It's just that posing shit. We don't like that posing shit, bro. Like you feel me? Like we already done been hoodwinked and you feel me bamboozled so many times. So it's like we already cautious about who we deal with.
Y'all side eyeing you mofos, and I don't blame y'all. You know what
Uh,
I'm saying? But that's why I get so mad at these people who do come in like this, because guess what? That's a reflection. Even though people know I'm not like that, that
yeah,
still reflects badly on me, and I gotta call it out when I see it, because right then I'm lumped in with them. Like, no, you ain't gonna put me in with these people. I don't know them folk like that. I like
right.
that ain't my people. That ain't me.
Uh,
You know what I'm saying? But
my name Bennett. I ain't in it. Even
mhm,
though you feel me, I might be affiliated, or you feel me, you might try and place me over here with these people, but still, yeah, I'm separate. Which I I've been pretty good at doing, putting people in categories based off of how they conduct themselves, not based off of the whole think tank. You feel me? Like I gotta base it off of your actions. I can't just base it off of the actions of the collective. You feel me? Because if I do that, then everybody will be covered.
yeah.
That's not
Even
fair
the
for
even the good
everybody.
folks, even the
Yeah,
good
even
folks.
even the good folks to be covered. So it's like, no, I can't. Gotta do a case by case basis.
And she could have, if she would have came in here being more respectful. I mean, look at all the people. We do have a lot of white people here, right? We have a lot, in the beef sector, right? But depending on how they come in and how they treat people depends on if they get to stay here or not, because they will get, it's like Sparta, right? This is Sparta, and kick somebody out the
Yeah,
hole. That's the way it
yeah.
is. If they show their true colors and what they really are, and they bad people, guess what? They gonna go, this is Sparta, kick your butt out.
Man, kick your ass right in the bottom of that bitch.
And I've seen a lot of them come through. I've seen a lot of them have to leave too, because I'm gonna tell you something, because they deserved it. It wasn't undeserved. People didn't just jump in because they white. They waited to see what they were gonna say, and then when they was disrespectful, they got kicked out of the sector. They got their butt kicked off like it was Sparta, because they deserved it. And I've watched them go. But I've
Right, you can't
also
go around. You can't go around.
go ahead.
You can't go around making messing with folks. You feel me? And then expecting shit don't get back. You feel me? Like shit just gonna be cope steady. You feel me? Like eventually you gonna have to answer for some of the crazy shit that you've been speaking about. You feel me? And then a lot of people they want to say shit for shock value, but they don't want to stand on that shit. You feel me? Like they'll say what everybody else don't want to say, but they ain't gonna stand on that shit, bro. They ain't gonna stand on that shit. They only gonna say that shit just to say it, just to get a response out of you. You feel me?
Well, see, here's the thing. I've made some mistakes, right, in the past, and I've misspoken. But you didn't see people get out of porch for us, because mine wasn't. And they know my heart around here, right? And they knew that my stuff was just me being stupid as hell. Um, I just admit it. But did I catch flack in some ways? Yeah. I've seen, but I stood in it. You know what I'm saying? I admitted my wrongs. Like, she's acting as if what she said was okay and trying to defend it instead of saying, you know what, all you gotta do is say it one time. I misspoke. I messed up. I ain't never gonna do it again. And guess what? People are more likely to forgive you for a mistake if you admit your wrongs and say you ain't never gonna do it again and prove it by your actions. Because actions speak louder than words all day. I've proven myself by my actions and how I treat people. You know what I'm saying? Instead of going around here saying, oh, I'm not this, I'm not that. No, you show it. You show it in who you are and how you speak and how you treat people. And she didn't read that chat, not near nutter, because if she had read that chat the first day she said it, she wouldn't have brought this up as a talking point. She wouldn't have done that because she would have known that she actually hurt folks. And if she wanted to do a disclaimer, it could have been, hey, you know what? I'm sorry for what I said. I didn't mean it in that way. That's not where my heart was coming from. I didn't realize, that was used as, that was a hurtful stereotype in the United States of America, right? That's a hurtful thing. I meant it as something total different, right? But even then, it still sounds weird to say that. So I don't even know where that came from in her thought process. But she just apologized for being a dumbass. And I said it, and what? I am going to say, though, where she's trying
Yeah,
to
but
say
like, what's the point of apologizing for being a dumbass if you're not gonna learn from
mistakes.
your dumbass ways? You feel me? It's just
You got
like
to change. You got to
you just
change.
apologizing just to apologize. You feel me? And there's no meaning behind that shit. You feel me?
That's
It's
why I
just
said
like
she's got to show it with those actions.
that
You got
shit
to
don't mean
change.
nothing, bro. You can make your mouth say 1,000 things. You feel me?
Hmm.
Who gonna be in that pudding? You feel me? We gonna see in about a week. We gonna be back here having a goddamn conversation about how she conducting herself, or how
We'll see
she's.
if her actions change or not, or if
Yeah,
she's
that's
going to
all.
continue.
That's all. You know, that's all. That's all we can do is just watch. You feel me? Cause a motherfucker
They
will
will
say
come.
1,000 things. A motherfucker will say 1,000 things, like I said, but them actions gonna
Them
say it
actions gonna
louder.
always speak louder because you gonna catch them up again. They gonna do it again. I promise you, you gonna catch
Yeah,
them again
it's
because
not even gonna be a week. It ain't even
yeah,
gonna be a week. It's gonna be another similar situation, and we're gonna be right back here, goddamn me, recapping what the hell went wrong.
yep. We're gonna see because that's the thing about people who have that thought process and people who don't like don't know how to change their action or don't want to, and they want to hurt another culture. Within a few days, they're going to do it again. They're going to repeat the behavior because they never learned it in the first place, right? If you make a mistake and you learn from it, you're going to show it in your actions. Your actions are always going to speak louder than your words. How can she not know that that would hurt somebody is beyond me, because I know not to say that. So how do you know not to say that? Like, it's simple.
How do you
It's
not know? How do you not know? It's
yeah.
not. You feel me? How do you know? It's how do you not know? Like the fuck, like certain shit just come natural. You feel me? Like you know, if you touch the eye on the stove and it's on, you gonna
It's
get
hot.
burnt. Like you gonna get
Hmm.
burnt. Like you feel me? Like certain shit just come natural. So it's like, yeah, if I say it this way, maybe if I put it this way, maybe it'll soften the blow a little bit. But it don't matter how you put it, it's still cut. You feel it's still cut.
Hmm.
It's still cut, man.
I feel you because I'm gonna tell you something. Like the the if we were gonna stereotype, right, or say something bad or say something crazy, and I got mad at somebody saying this the other day because a black lady had an opinion. They called her mad. You must be mad. No, that's a bad stereotype again. I'm like, no, just because she's opinionated doesn't mean she's mad. That's her opinionated. You know what I'm saying? Everybody could be
Right.
opinionated. I
Yeah,
hate that
she's
stereotype.
entitled to her opinion. She
I
doesn't
hate
have
that
to be
stereotype when people
mad.
do that.
Or like most people be like, oh, she's a mad black woman. What the fuck? What does a mad black woman look like? Because a mad black woman and a mad white woman look identical to me. You
I'm
feel
a
me?
mad
Like
white woman right now.
a mad white woman and a mad black woman look identical to me. You feel me? So like y'all gonna have to
I don't know why they be trying to be
y'all
that
gonna have to
stereotype.
tighten up with these definitions and shit. Like people be making up on their own little definitions and shit, bro. Like this shit crazy, bro.
I hate that stereotype, and I hate when they put that on my beautiful black queens because they're not the only ones that angry and just because they have an opinion. I could be a mad white woman. What you talking about? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
Just 'cause-
mean, I could be a mad black man. You feel me? I could be a mad black man any given day out in the week. I just choose to not do it.
you know what I'm saying? Like I just hate the fact that people use that against my beautiful black queens, my melanated women. You know what I'm saying? I hate that they use that. Like it pisses me off. Cause like, no, don't do that. You know what I'm saying? That's disrespect. Don't do it. It's that simple. It's very simple not to hurt somebody else. It's very simple not to use racist terminology. It's very simple. It's not that hard. It's don't hurt people. Don't use stereotypes.
Right.
It's very simple. It's not, I mean, you cannot, she said she's never seen racism. And you'll see that here in a minute once they get off this topic. And I'm like, how can you not? That happens all over the
Yeah,
world.
even if you don't see it or you're not like, all right, like you can't say that you don't see it because you see it all around you. It's just it's sprinkled around you. You feel me? Now, if you catch it, that's a different story. But yeah, it's happening around you, 24/7. Like it's certain shit that you just can't control. You feel me? Like yeah, we want the world to be a kumbaya and all this extra shit, but that's just not the reality that we live in.
And it
But no,
would
go ahead.
would we want it to be the reality we live in? Yes. But is that going to happen? Nope.
Hell
Because there's
no.
always going to be bad people out there. There's always going to be racists out there. There's always going to be bigots out there. No matter how much you want to try to have a kumbaya and everybody get along and all this stuff, there's always going to be a bad set in every bunch, right? In every bunch of folks, there's going to be some bad folks that, you know, mess it up for the good people, right? Always. It don't matter. You're always going to have that, right? So, you know, it's the same thing when we want pedophiles to be gone completely. Yes, but is that going to happen? No. Respectively, we wish it would. You know what I'm saying? But
Right.
it's in a
Stack
perfect
them all up in the motherfucking pile and set them motherfuckers on fire, man. Yeah.
yeah. But can we get rid of all that stuff completely? No, because where there's good, there's going to be bad in every situation. It don't matter which one we talk about. There's always going to be a few bad apples that are going to be speaking the loudest, if that makes sense.
And it's always the loudest ones that ain't gonna bust a grape.
Mm-hmm. They ain't
The
about that.
motherfuckers that got the biggest motherfucking mouth and say they gonna do the most, that ain't gonna do a goddamn thing.
No, they're going to be sitting over there acting like they scared.
Yeah, cheering the motherfucker on, guy. Oh yeah, go ahead, go do it. Yeah, you ain't doing the goddamn thing, but running your goddamn bit sucker.
I can't stand them people that are like that. See, when I get quiet, it's when you should worry about me.
Don't. Yeah, if I'm talking, nah, don't talk to me. You feel me? This is when I'm quiet. That's when you should be talking to my eyes, bitch, because that's when some evil shit going through my head, and bitch. If I'm quiet, 9 times out of 10, I'm thinking about doing something very, very drastic for your ass.
I'm the exact same way on that. Like,
Very, very
um,
drastic, and I'm gonna take it there. I'm gonna take it there. You feel me? You gon' feel me. You gon' feel me.
you gonna feel me one way or the
Yeah,
other.
whether you want to or you don't. Yeah, or indifferent. I don't give a fuck. Your eyes gonna feel me.
But no, where she's trying to prove this point on this specific section is she's talking about a content creator, right? And are we responsible? Yes, we are responsible for our chat, and our chatters know what we want within our chat box, and that's why we have moderators to, you know, try to help combat that when people come in with some messed up stuff to get rid of it. But can we predict that a bunch of trolls ain't gonna come in at the same time, have over 1,000 people pop in and try to delete every single one of them? No, we can't predict that's not going to happen. If that was the case, then let's say some of these big time content creators that have 2, 3, 4, 5,000 people in the chat, they're not going to be able to catch everything. And I'm going to explain something to you. They must have never moderated a channel, and I have. I've moderated a chat with 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 people, and I'm going to tell you how fast that chat box goes. Sometimes you're going to miss one or two comments that could be against guidelines, right? And that's not going to lay heavy on the content creator because the content creator missed it. The mods missed it. It can happen. A comment can slip through, right? But would I get sued civilly for that? If, let's say, QI, I'm going to use you for example. Your opinions that you express and what you say, can I be held responsible for that? No, not in the court of law. In the court of law, when it comes to a third party, right, that's hearsay. Okay, I have to be the one to say it out of my mouth. I have to be the one that did it out of my mouth. It has to come from me. Vice versa, let's say Illuminated, right? Let's say that you said something on here that are your opinions and your views and what you feel. I'm not responsible for that. Just like if I said something, you're not responsible for my actions. Not in a court of law. And that's where this part of the debate really irked me, was she was steadily trying to prove that point. I asked for cases. There's only a few cases that this has even been a thing in, and most of these cases are people who took a commenter's comment and tried to make it fact, and it was defamatory. There's only one case that I found, and I looked all over. I found one case, and it was a business, not a content creator, which is different. And they tried to say stuff to entice the crowd to say and do things. You cannot, this is against TSO and community guidelines, entice your audience to do anything, which means that you can't go around telling people to flag people or unsubscribe to people or do all these other things. Those are against guidelines. You cannot do that. That would get your channel taken from you. Now, can you get sued for that? Possibly, if the person can prove without a shadow of a doubt. Here's another thing about defamation and slander lawsuits. They have to prove damages, punitive damages, which means you lost money in some way, shape, or form, right? They have to prove that without a shadow of a doubt that you lost something. That's why you're suing. Because when you sue for money. So therefore, you have to prove punitive damages. If you cannot prove that it affected you to the point that you lost something like that, you cannot sue for that. Now, UK law may be different than the United States law when it comes to defamation lawsuits. So you have to look at the country. You have to look at the different, like, yes, I could sue someone from the UK, but do you know how much in legal fees that it's going to cost? Is it even worth it to sue that person for a defamation? No, not if you're a small time content creator, because they're not going to have enough money to pay you what you think you owe. It's never going to work. Also, if the person has no income, you're not going to get anything. The judge will throw it out because they have no way to pay you. Also, if a person, you don't know if the person is on government benefits, they cannot be sanctioned by a court of law. I don't know if you know that. That's another thing you got to look at. It's a lot that goes into, she tries to prove it with terms of service when she should have tried to prove it, her point, with community guidelines, right? The person in the chat that you'll see me chatting with, if you see the chat box or you go back and watch this replay over that Big Lemons, You'll see me sit there and say that countless times, and the person I said, name one case, and they didn't even name the case that it actually happened in. There was one actual case where a person had tried to sue, but it was for a business, not a content creator, which is different. It's different because the business tried to claim and entice their audience to go after someone, which is what I said in chat. You cannot entice your audience to do anything because then you can be held responsible. Also, there's a such thing as freedom of speech. Even if you may find it defamatory, it may not be defamatory in the fact that it affects your the fact that you're going to lose money or anything like that. Just like what I'm saying right now, where I don't agree with Mel, this is my personal opinions. I'm not telling anybody to do anything to this lady, right? I'm not enticing anybody to do anything to this lady. I'm not making her lose any income. Her people are still going to pay for their memberships. They're not going to change their opinion of her. Defamation is so hard to prove that, and slander, and you have to prove punitive damages. It's different. I can have my opinion. You can have yours. That's okay. That's called freedom of speech. Anyway, we're going to play a little bit more of this while I get more mad. But I do have some things pulled up. Hold on, let me show y'all. There's this, it's called the Volyer case. This was the case that you should have showed when you were talking about your side of things. The Volyer defamation case was heard by the NSW Supreme Court in 2019. It was later confirmed by the NSW Court of Appeals in 2020. The plaintiff, Daniel Volyer, brought the lawsuit following degrading comments on social media. The comments regarded findings of his mistreatment in the Northern Territory Detention Center. A royal commission in the 2016 into his mistreatment led to many media outlets reporting on and writing the story. These stories attracted so much attention on social media, including debate in the comment sections of various media outlet posts. Subsequently, Volyer brought claims against the media outlets for defamation. The reason he was able to do defamation was because the media outlets said it was as if it was facts. They used what other people were saying, hearsay, as facts, which did defame his character. You cannot present it as facts. You have to say, this is my opinion. They are news outlets. They are not allowed to say in a news outlet setting that this is facts. That's a news outlet, which is different than, let's say, a content creator who is stating their opinions. They're allowed to have opinions. The chat is allowed to have opinions. It's our own personal freedom of speech. But you cannot state something as fact that is extremely defamatory. You cannot do that. But you have to make sure you're not saying it is facts. It's your opinion. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. Okay. Now, also things that you can do for your business. Monitor, turn off your notifications, turn on notifications, use social media platforms that don't allow for comments. Then also over here, we can look at this right here. If you have a website or online presence, either your own or through social media, you want customers and client engagement. Discussions, comments, opinions can make your money online, but sometimes people say things you may not want them to say. Specifically, they may defame other people. Can you be sued if that happens? The way it used to be. It was where when your interest was young, that this is an open question. Okay, they have the Communication Decency Act. And it was made in and passed in 1996. The law, which is very short and simple, says that the users or providers of computer services are not publishers for the purpose of defamation. Through time, the definition of who is protected has been expanded to include anybody who provides or posts blogs, list servers, or similar community forums online. Exceptions of when you can be liable. There are some exceptions to the law which you should be aware of. If you maintain an online presence that invites or hosts the public to comment or discuss anything, the law does not protect you from things like infringement claims, although they are steps you can take through the Digital Millennial Copyright Act, which can immunize you from infringement claims. The law also does not protect you from criminal law violations that you host or allow to be posted or hosted on your online presence. And of course, the actual maker of the defamatory statement, whomever writes or posts the defamatory statement is still liable. It is the person who says it that is liable. It is not the thought or the process of the person who has not said it. Like, anybody in my chat box could say something against someone, and I'm not reliable for what they say unless I present what they say as a factual statement. And I am a news reporter, or everybody's allowed to their opinions. Like, I'm opinionated on this subject of what y'all put out here. You put it out to the public so we can have our opinions on it, right? I just wanted to say that right quick. So there's only one case that you can find, and that was an actual person suing a news source. Same thing for Cardi B versus Tasha K. Tasha K is considered a news source, is she not? She then stated that what she believed what the other person said as facts. And it was something very serious. You cannot say it is facts. You, as a news source, have to say it's alleged. Just like Piers Morgan and, if Piers Morgan were to say, my views and opinions are not that of my guests, and I'm not presenting as fact. These are my guest opinions, so I'm not reliable for anything that comes out of their mouth, pretty much. I'm just summing it up. But there are those disclaimers because people do interviews, and sometimes the other person can say or do things that, may not be factual. But you can't be held responsible for that. See, if it had just been allegedly, and not said in other live streams, she would have never been held responsible for that. That's just facts. The criminal system works a lot more different. The civil system, my bad, not criminal. The civil system works a lot different than terms of service and YouTube. YouTube has their own laws for what you can do as a content creator, right? And they are allowed to strike or take your channel if you do something against their terms of service or their community guidelines, right? But I'm not held responsible for others' actions. Now, will my moderators take out something that I deem as against guidelines? Yes. But I'm not enticing my audience to do things. That's where I think Lemon should have made his point on this subject. He's not enticing his audience to do anything. His audience is opinionated and has their own thoughts. He can't tell them what to feel and how to feel it and say what they want to say. It's up to them on how they feel about a subject. That's their opinion. It's not a fact. Yes, also, Cardi B did ask for the video to be taken down. She did not, and she made multiple videos after that and said the same thing. That's why she got the defamation lawsuit and slander lawsuit that she got. If, in case she had said it was alleged, she also could have very well edited out that part in the video for the person because it was a slanderous thing, or she could have made a disclaimer or put out a video and said, I interviewed this person. They said such and such as a news outlet. I cannot confirm nor deny what the person has stated as facts. And so I'm not responsible for what they said. Now, she could have did her own disclaimer and then never brought it up again herself or said it was facts on her side. She could have stated, allegedly, this is what is being said by a person who, knew this person at one time, but it is all alleged and it is not to be taken as facts. She could have did that disclaimer in the first beginning, and guess what? She would have never been held responsible for what the other person stated at all. Defamation is actually very hard to prove. You have to prove punitive damages. Can you prove punitive damages? That's another. Yes, the views and opinions are not that of the host. That's all you have to say. The views and opinions expressed by the guest or chatters is not that of the host and is not to be presented as facts. It is all alleged. That's all you got to say. It's all alleged. It's opinions, not facts. But anyway, facts don't care about your feelings, baby.
Your content creators shape identities, and it's important to send a good, positive, united message. Community guidelines say help make YouTube a welcoming community for viewers and advertising. There's legal implications. In some jurisdictions, creators could potentially face legal issues if comments contain hate speech, threats, or other illegal content, especially if they're aware of such comments. The content creator is aware of such comments and does nothing about them. There's reputation management. Creators should be aware that comments can affect their reputation and overall of the overall feeling of the channel changing with the community's you need to exchange positively, which can help navigate any negative impacts from harmful comments. Did you know that in April 2024, between April 2024 and June 2024, YouTube removed 3,260,974 channels, right? That's just between that small time. In April 2024 to June 2024, it removed 8.5 million videos because of comments that broke TOS. Again, between April 2024, June 24, it removed 1,372,493,000.
To pause it one more time right quick, then I'm going to let it play for a minute. I would have loved for UQI as a moderator at that point to fact check that, because I don't believe those videos were removed based on comments of commenters. It was probably 90%. They did change the TOS at that time, the community guidelines. Now, if you go back to when they changed those community guidelines at that point, and I was here during that time, they had changed it to where they were getting more heavy on copyright infringement, harassment, and bullying. They were getting more, hardcore on people who were doxing, on people who were enticing their audience to do things. At that time, they did change their community guidelines, and they gave the content creators warnings that if you had this kind of content on your page, to delete it. They gave you warnings before they did it. So if you had been here back then when they did this, and I was here, you would have got an updated version of the TOS and community guidelines. You would then note that those guidelines were stricter than they were previously. So previously, you could say all kinds of defamatory and slander on here and present it as facts and could get away with it. They did change that at that time, and they did remove thousands of channels. But what you're missing within that is why they removed those channels. They removed those channels because the content creator themselves was breaking TOS and community guidelines. They were also taking channels for people who were false flagging others. You cannot make false flags on YouTube. That is against community guidelines. If you get caught doing that multiple times, they will strip your channel. That is a fact, because that breaks community guidelines. You cannot do that. You have to prove without a shadow of a doubt that what you're saying is truth, and make sure you have your screenshots, your timestamps, and all that good, lovely stuff when you make a report on anybody on this app. Anybody. If you are falsely attacking someone, they can get you for that too. But the content creator and holder themselves is the one that actually broke TOS or community guidelines. A lot of these content creators were inciting their audience to do these things, which is not the same as someone randomly coming in and making a comment. Let's play some more, y'all.
981 comments removed by YouTube violating community guidelines. Then if you get sued, your personal effects will be affected. You know, when you're monetized, the Federal Trade Commission gets involved. That has legal connotations for the content creators. Lawyers recommend when you, especially as you get bigger, Lemon, to protect your channel legally, and that is of harmful comments in your chat. If you set up an LLC company, you protect your own personal, you know, your home, your car. It is vital that creators are responsible for the comments in their chat, not only for the sake of the channel, but for the sake of you, the content creator, on a legal basis. You know, people's time and attention is more than just money. The value of retention and the views has more than monetary value. Yeah, acknowledging the meanings and the history of all, you know, of what's happened during YouTube, and the figures that I just thrown you about how many millions and billions are removed from YouTube. Surely that's an indication that you as a content creator are absolutely responsible for your chat.
I'm adding time because that was long as shit.
Okay. Can I rebuttal?
Of course.
Yeah, I'm adding time because that was long as shit.
I feel. Listen, let me sum it up real quick, and I'm freestyling. I often have people who support me, and although they might move differently and they might have different actions on like support, I'm not held responsible for something they do. Now, if I'm aware of what they're doing and I have knowledge of what they're doing and I do nothing about it and I stay silent, then that is a reflection of the content creator. But if I got a supporter who supports me and they go out their way to do something that is not a reflection of who I am and what I stand for, then I should not be held responsible for it if I do not have knowledge of what they're doing. But if you have knowledge of what your supporter is doing and you stay silent, then yes, that is a reflection of you as a content creator, neglecting things that you could have prevented by not doing nothing about it, or not telling your supporter, hey, ease back, this can look bad on me, or I might get backlash. So when you stay silent, when you know something from one of your supporters, is different from pretty much not knowing a supporter did something and then it reflects back on you. It's a difference. So having knowledge of what they're doing behind the scenes and not doing it.
Hey, JVS Love. And also, I'm removing your comment, little Sally Walker. The second one, you can have the first one, because for me, myself, and I don't, you know, I'm removing that comment. Just letting you know. We will not be saying we're doing anything to anybody's channel in my chat. See, that's how a content creator can handle that. Now, I don't have any problem with you having your personal opinions, but I can't be held responsible for you saying that either. That's what I'm proving the point. What I'm proving is that it was based or said as if it was 100% facts when it was not. They should have said, these are my opinions. You can't say something is fact if it's not an actual fact. It's just not. You can't present it as facts if it's not facts. You got to say, these are my opinions. And what I'm mad about Mel with is the fact that some of the stuff that she's done. But anyway, have your opinion too. I'm not going to hate on you for your opinion. We can agree to disagree. We're both grown people.
Nothing about it in front of the scenes and get in front of it before it turns into something big is different. Before, like, just your supporter having your back doing something you had no knowledge of it. So no, it's not a reflection if you had no knowledge of it. Only it's a reflection if you knew about it and you did nothing about it. It's a difference.
Oh, we're talking about the chat now, Lemon. We're talking
no,
about...
we're talking about, yeah, supporter. You said, they said the conversation is if if your supporter, right? Like our subscribers, is it a reflection in things, their actions that they do is a reflection of the host? No, it's different.
Lemon, so the question was, are content creators responsible for their community's actions? I can absolutely...
Community action as far as like a subscriber, right?
Yeah, but I absolutely 100% agree with you, saying if somebody's doing something behind the scenes that you're not aware about, you can't possibly be held accountable for something that you're not aware about. I absolutely 100% agree with you. But when it comes to your channel, are you not in agreement that it's absolutely crucial for you to be responsible for the comments left in your channel because it's a reflection of you?
The comments?
I'm not mad at here's the thing, at Mel for doing the debate. Okay, what got me angry at Mel was some of the things she said that were hurtful to others. That's what I'm mad at Mel for. What I'm doing right now is some of the stances that Lemon had, I actually agreed with. Okay? And if the stances had been different and Mel had been on the other side of the stance, then I would have agreed with her. Right now, I'm agreeing or disagreeing with the stances, with the topics at hand. If Lemon had stated that content creators are held responsible for someone else's, chat, then I would have said, and Mel had said the vice versa, I would have said I agreed with her on this stance. But I don't agree with her on this stance. And only thing I'm mad about her with is some of the things she said she's not seeing is some of the stuff she said was hurtful and she didn't take that back. And I'm not lying. I'm literally showing facts and been showing cases and things that prove the point. That prove the point. I don't agree with her stances. Now, some of the things she stated is what upset me because she used hurtful language and didn't take responsibility for her actions.
The comments.
No.
The comments on no.
No, it's not, because you cannot control what comes at it. You got to realize something. You're on social media, and most of us, or mostly all of us, are adults. So you're saying that people are responsible, such as the content creator, it's a reflection because of comments that are left on somebody else's channel. That so you're responsible to get behind a grown up, be like, hey, that's not right. Don't do this. I don't believe in. No, you have no control over that. So I don't care if it's in your live chat or if your video ended and they leave a comment under your video. It is not a reflection of you.
So if YouTube very clearly states in its TOS, right, that if any comments left in your chat, whether it be in a live or in a section afterwards, breaks TOS, you are responsible. And that includes comments that may have legal connotations to you, for you getting sued. Because if somebody leaves something in chat, yeah, which is discriminatory, or whether it's slander, and somebody will sue your channel, not the person that's left the comment, but your channel. You're saying, Lemon, that you are not responsible for those comments left. It's your channel that's at risk. It's your assets that are at risk, not the comment, the person that left the comment.
No, listen, I understand the actions that can be taken towards your channel.
Also, you cannot be held responsible if somebody does try to flag your channel based on a comment. That's not going to get the channel taken down nor the video taken down, right? They'll just ask you to remove that comment, or they will remove that comment. You're not going to get your channel taken for that, because how was you to know that they broke terms of service? There's only certain ways you'll know for a fact that they did. If somebody tells you or brings it to your attention. How many trolls come in and say just off the wall stuff? How many times in these verticals have we seen thousands upon thousands come in saying some messed up stuff? Can you police that every second of the day? No, you cannot. Now, you can delete those comments as the content creator, but let's say you have 3,000 to 4,000 people in your chat at one time, and you only have 5 moderators, right? The mods can't catch everything. They can try their very best, but that doesn't mean they're going to be able to catch everything, right? So you can do your very best and still something slip through and you don't know it. You cannot be civilly held responsible for that situation. Now, YouTube can, however, take your channel if it breaks community guidelines, if you allow it or entice it in your chat, or if you say something is fact, or if you're yourself doing one of the things that breaks community guidelines. You have to be the one to do it, not another guest that you may have up on your platform, and not a commenter. Now, can you have rules for your chat and make sure that your people follow said rules? Yes. If you have a negative community, can it make you look like a negative person? Yes. It can change the court of public opinion. That is true. Right? But when we're talking about facts and civil cases, you're not going to be held responsible in civil court based on what someone else says, unless you yourself present what they say as fact. Now, that's the point that I'm trying to prove, of where she stated you can be held responsible in a legal way. No, not in a legal way. Maybe through YouTube, yes. I agree with that. Because if you break terms of service or you break community guidelines, then yes, you can be held responsible. And most of the times, if it is, let's say, a commenter or something, just block the person out of your chat if they're doing stuff like that. Delete the comment. YouTube will warn you and tell you to do that, and you're fine. Your channel is fine. And as long as you yourself don't present it as facts, it's someone else's opinion. And here's the thing, everybody's entitled to their opinion. Just like you've seen me not remove some people who may disagree with what I'm saying. Why? Because it's their opinion and they're allowed to have that. It's called freedom of speech. No one is in my chat right now doing any of the crazy mess that is against TSO, because they respect me as a content creator. Right? And most of us run around, even if we're talking crap, we respect the content creator. We're not breaking terms of service or community guidelines. We're not enticing our audiences to harass or bully someone, because that would be against TSO in terms of service and community guidelines. Right? Enticing your audience to do something or telling them to do something is a way you can break, as a content creator, community guidelines. Presenting what your community says at large as fact and it slanders someone else, defames someone else, is considered harassment or bullying, can be considered you just broke community guidelines. Right? So it depends on the situation. Every situation is different. How are we to know if somebody came in and let's say they had my real name as their name, right? And y'all didn't even know it. So how would y'all know if that was or wasn't doxing? See, that's another thing. You wouldn't know that. That's part of it, right? So I'm just letting y'all know.
Based on like certain words that could be said, especially if you're monetized. Like there's certain things we can have on our platform that is tolerated, and there's certain things that is not. But that's not the question. The question is not about that. And I understand what YouTube policies is, but is it a reflection of the channel holder? I say no, because we cannot control what adults say on this platform. Some people come out as trolls. Some people want to be known that they're saying this, so you know who they are. So for me, I feel like it's not our responsibility, or it's not a reflection of the channel holder responsibilities based on what your subscribers do and say on your platform. We cannot control these grown motherfuckers. Like that is not it. We can't do nothing about it. Yeah, we can delete a comment, right? We could delete, block them from our channel, right? And guess what they can do? Go create another user and come right back in 30 seconds. So no, it's not a reflection of the content creator. I disagree.
I will go back to the question. Are content creators responsible for their community's actions? I agree with you for actions that are behind closed doors that you're not aware of. But YouTube very clearly states.
I don't care what YouTube says.
But we're on their platform. We're in partnership with them.
Correct. You asked a question about how I felt about a situation. I told you I don't care if it is on YouTube, but it's not a reflection of what I believe in. I believe me being a content creator, I do not have control, and it's not a reflection because one of my supporters does something that I don't have knowledge of, and it's a reflection of me being a channel holder. I understand YouTube policies. That's not what the question is. Is it a reflection of you? No, it's not. I disagree.
I fully 100% on my channel want my chat to be a full representation.
But Lemon is correct on one thing right here. It was asked if how you feel and how you think it represents you. Not yes, she did speak on TSO and stuff, but it wasn't said and because the question changed twice here. If you actually listen, the first one was about YouTube guidelines. Are you held responsible? The second was how you feel. How does it reflect on you? Which is a difference. It can reflect poorly. It can, but it can also be if your chat's the type like Lemon's chat. Do we hold Lemon responsible for someone that's in his chat box saying stuff? No, because that's that person saying. Do we hold I'm just going to use another content creator, the Hood Table, responsible for something someone else said in her chat? No, because that's not her views and opinions. But this is where it got confluted. See, that's why I say this wasn't a debate. It was a conversation. It was not a debate. It was a conversation. We're going to say this again. So, even with me having my points of views on things where it was said it was not factual, right? This was a conversation. This is how Mel feels and this is how Lemon feels. This was not an actual debate. That's why I'm bringing this topic up and actually going over the debate. Because if you're actually in the debate, you would use some of those articles that I showed you in the debate to prove your point. Now, debates do have opinions, don't get me wrong. But you can't use your own. In a debate, you have to be factual with things, right? So when you state something, you make a statement, your opening statement, it has to be factual. You have to look it up. You have to do research. You know what I'm saying? It's not something that you just base your things on complete opinions alone. And that's the way this thing was structured. It was kind of structured more as that's why I'm saying it's definitely not a debate. Okay? It's a conversation between two people. Like, let's say I said something that was my own words, right? That was bad. Then you can hold me responsible. But let's say I let a guest up here and they say something that I may not agree with. Well, let's say you know me, right? And you know that's not my opinion. That's not who I am, right? Then you already know that's not my thought processes. I would have used PowerPoint presentation also, QI, if this had been a real debate. I would have used PowerPoint presentation. And I would have had my facts lined out and all that other stuff. But I can't be held responsible for somebody else's words and opinions and thoughts because their opinions may not be mine, right? Like, I let all kinds of people on my platform, and sometimes we can agree to disagree. I don't think the questions were worded correctly. I also, if I'm not mistaken, the debaters are not supposed to ask each other questions per se. That is what the moderators are supposed to do, if I'm not mistaken. Correct me if I'm wrong, y'all, but isn't the person who is hosting and moderating the debate, the people who are doing that are the ones that are supposed to ask questions if they feel like the person is not being factual about something to prove the point, or if they need clarification? Isn't that's the way that's supposed to go? I mean, the host is supposed to tell you the topic, and one person's supposed to say for, and one person says say against, and they're supposed to bring up facts of for their for or against topic, and then if I'm mistaken, that's the way it goes. Am I not wrong? Because this was totally not a debate. Okay, let's get that clear. This was two people having a conversation about the way they felt about things. So even though I'm sitting there showing some PowerPoint presentations myself, I'm actually debating in some way. You get what I'm saying? But what I'm saying here is that some of the stuff is not factual. I would not take it as factual. I'm not presenting some of the things that were said or done within this live as factual. It is feelings, it is people's opinions. Okay? I just want to make that as my disclaimer right now. Hey, Casey, love. That. So they, you know what I'm saying? So that's just what I'm saying. You can ask for clarification, but some of the leading questions that was supposed to be, in my opinion, asked by, others. That whole thing was a thing. I will say that I do have to get off here in a minute. I would like to stay longer, but my mom and dad's anniversary is coming up, and they've been together for 38 years now, and I'm not going to be here on their anniversary, so I'm going today cook them a steak dinner. I'm going to try to get through the next topic right quick because I do want to review the whole entire live, but I still have over an hour, right, before it stops. But as someone who stated, I do want to state this. I'm giving you heck right now, Resto. I want you to hear this and I want you to receive this. As someone who's supposed to be a debater and you do this as a thing, make sure you structure it better, step up, talk, If you're the host of the debate, what you're supposed to do is ask the question whether you're for or against, and the topic should be like a blanketed topic, such as abortion. Are you for or against it? Right? Now, if y'all are having conversations, say that it's a conversation. And there is a such thing, and you can look it up, as an informal debate. But you can't then say it is the way you're trying to structure, it's almost as if you're having a formal and an informal debate at the exact same time. The rules are not completely stated. It's all over the place. Okay, you got to have it more structured. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. And maybe this might help you as constructive criticism, because that's what I'm doing is constructive criticism, if you don't know. So it can help you be better in the future. Listen to what other people are saying and don't think you're always right, because that's how you change and make things better and get a better understanding. Constructive criticism is a good thing. I've had people tell it to me. And guess what? I listen and I thank them for their constructive criticism because it makes me better. I don't think that this situation was ever going to be a real debate, in my opinion. It was not structured as such. The rules kept changing. You can't do that. You're supposed to set it up at least a week or 2 weeks in advance. Give the topic so the person can do their research on their topics, right? And be able to have their presentation, their facts, all these things together. It's a lot going on within this. We're going to go ahead right quick, and I'm going to skip ahead a little bit. Hold on.
Such as the LGBT community rights
in the Bible and the meaning behind Christianity.
I rest those comments, okay?
No. There will always be some form of racism everywhere in the world.
And the person just see them in court.
It's a big financial burden, though, isn't it, Lemon? Just for something like for allowing.
It depends on your state. It depends on where you live. But if you live locally, like in California, and you do something, then it's nothing. But if you live, it could be expensive. But sometimes with like technology and stuff, like you can do like a Zoom court appearance.
According
and stuff
to
like that.
Morgan and Morgan,
it depends.
According to Morgan and Morgan Law Firm, if someone who made a defamatory remark about you on YouTube, you can sue the individual who made that defamatory remark. However, cannot sue YouTube or the internet service provider. So you could sue the content creator for defamatory or slander if it's a comment made on YouTube.
Okay. That should be sued every day.
You can sue the person. You can sue the person. Not the
most people will sue.
Did you not hear what I said? That's the content creator is the person is probably the one saying it. That's what I'm referring to.
No, it's not saying subscriber. He said it's not saying if a subscriber.
He said no. He just said that most likely the content creator is the one that is saying it. No. 9 times out of 10, it's a subscriber who's saying it, who's going to another subscriber, because I could be the host, but it's not a reflection of who I am.
If you, the host, said something that's defamatory or slander,
but that's not the question. That's not the question. We got to go back to what the original question was.
They're debating whether content creators should be held responsible for what subscribers do, not what the content creators themselves do.
Let's go.
I was just asked.
I have seen it many times where
y'all are
being sued.
Javius, that's exactly what I said. I said the exact same thing in chat. I said she should have and cited cases of this actually happening. In fact, I looked it up and I could not find a content creator who has been sued for what a subscriber had said. Could not find it. A subscriber is allowed to their opinion. They are allowed freedom of speech. they can do and see what they want, as long as the content creator doesn't repeat it as factual, and as long as the content creator doesn't sit there and give it credence, right? Then the content creator cannot be held responsible for slander and defamation of another person. It would be you and the person who made the comment. Like, let's say somebody came in this chat. Let's say Javius. I'm going to use you as an example. You came in here saying derogatory things towards me, right? And let's say that QI was the content creator and not me, right? And me and you were going back and forth in chat. Me and you would have to sue each other. That has nothing to do with the content creator. Now, if the content creator stated what you said as facts, then I could possibly sue the content creator. But the content creator has to slander you themselves. They have to defame you, and you have to prove punitive damages, which is very hard in those suits. Do you know how many of those suits get thrown out of court every day? But I said the same thing.
Not only by what the content creator has said, but what their chat is saying. I've seen it.
If that was the case, then you could sue YouTube and you could sue the internet provider.
You can't sue YouTube. It's in their terms and conditions that they exclude themselves out of that. They've done it legally. You cannot sue YouTube. You are in a partnership with YouTube. You are not employed.
But you cannot sue the content creator for something that somebody else said to another individual.
You can if it's on their platform. I know. I don't make up the rules. I'm just like, I don't make up the rules. Yeah.
No, I'm agreeing. You don't make up the rules.
That's what I'm saying.
The content creator is responsible for the information that's on their channel. So if they leave that on there, they could be sued to have it taken down. It could be a cease or desist. They're not being sued for what the individual said, but they're being sued for continuing to platform that material that's on there.
So a debate is, you're going to stand on something you believe in, and she's going to give her viewpoints. And I feel like I did answer that, so I'm ready to go to the next topic.
All right. Okay, no worries. We can go on to the next topic.
Yeah. And let me go ahead and give you an example. I did drop the link in the back with the cultural appropriation in the UK. So I'm going to ask, are you saying that just because you might appreciate someone's dark skin, that nobody in UK would say anything about somebody wearing blackface?
No. There will always be some form of racism everywhere in the world.
Okay, point proven.
For the minority, or there's always going to, at some point somewhere in the world, there's going to be the individuals that are racist. I'm saying collectively we appreciate each other's cultures, which is why we are a melting pot of different societies and different cultures all come together as one.
Okay. Third question, Russell. Wasn't it about like the LGBT?
No, it
religion?
It was about religion. I'll read it to you, darling.
Religion.
Yeah, it was.
So you switched it on me? I thought you said it was about like, does religion or higher powers hinder the LGBT community based on beliefs? That's not
no, that was. We can definitely touch on that, but my phone's playing up. But there was one. Load more messages. There was. What is going on my phone today? I can't.
You're good.
I got one that it's about. Oh God, I've forgotten the question because it's on the phone. It was about God and morality, and the question was that if doesn't necessarily have to be a God to have morals, something along the lines of that. But for some reason, my phone's playing up, and I can't.
Because see, he gave me two choices. It was that one, and it was about like, I was turning on my other phone so I can read the questions to you. But
yeah, I'm trying to sort out my phone.
Do you want the moral debate, or do you want to do the LGBT? It's up to you.
Well, we can do the moral and then go into the LGBT. I mean, like I said, I can't for some reason.
I feel like
I think Discord is down.
Huh? You think that one's dumb?
Oh, I said I think Discord is down.
Oh, is that why I can't access it?
Oh, Discord's down. Okay. I'll read the question so that way.
Yeah, could you read the one about the morality?
Yes.
Morality, please, darling.
I got you 1 second. Oh shit! It is. That's crazy. It's down. I can't go load up no more messages. It's like really fucked up. That's crazy. But I think. Hold on. I think I got a plug. Hold on, because I sent QI the topics. Let me see. All right, I got Wrestle's comments. Okay, here we go. Because I super chatted it, not super chatted it, sorry. I screenshot it and I sent it to QI and asked
I screenshotted it as well, silly me. Yeah, I screenshotted it. It was. Yeah, it was.
So the first one is.
That one, yeah? Can objective moral standards
right, yes.
exist without belief in God?
Yes, it says, is religion an essential to maintaining ethical values and social? Oh, the second one. Oh, can the objective moral standards exist without the belief in God or a higher power? Yes, because morals and stuff and how you were taught things could exist. You don't have to believe in God. You don't have to believe in a higher power, but morals is something you were taught. So I do feel like that could exist without believing in God or the higher power, just based on morals of something that was embedded in you as a child and as you get older. So yeah, I do believe.
Oh no, I agree with you. I agree with you there, because this is the thing for me, right, Lemon? I absolutely 100% agree with you, actually. Right? If let's say if humans didn't value life, right, and if we didn't value life and we didn't have an innate love and understanding and protect, we have this protective, the nurturing, we would all end up killing each other. There'd be no people left. So it's about an innate sense of protection, nurture, and it doesn't necessarily have to come from a God or a higher power. Let me ask you some questions. Let's say, Lemon, I'm going to ask you a scenario, because I think we agree on this, and a B scenario. So in world A, right, God exists. If someone throws a baby off a building.
Now, I agreed with them on this topic and myself, in my opinion. We don't have to necessarily have a higher power to have morals, right? Morals are something that you are taught and that is ingrained in you, because it's what you're taught right from wrong when you're little. That's what morals are, technically. It's where you're taught right from wrong, right? And you know what's right in the world and you know what's wrong in the world. I do agree that I do not believe this was a debate. I believe this was more so a conversation between two content creators, and whether they agreed or disagreed, and where they agreed on some things and disagreed on others. This was just basically questions, and that if it had been an actual structured debate, it would be a little different. Now, if me, myself, and I, morals have been structured over time, and changed from previous years. Like if you look at the morality of 10 years ago, 20, 30, 40 years ago, or let's say in the BC times, do you know that cannibalism used to be a thing back then? And now we see it as morally and ethically wrong? That it was actually a thing? There were a lot of things that we see today as morally and ethically wrong that were, thousands and thousands and thousands of years ago were considered morally okay and acceptable. So it does change over time. You're absolutely 100% right on that, Javius. What we find morally and ethically correct today, even 10, 15, 20 years ago, was not ethically or morally okay 10, 20 years ago, right? Yeah, the age of consent, we could talk about that. Years and years ago, it was 10 years old. People were getting married at 11, 12, 13 years old. And if you made it past, I think, 13 or 14, you were considered an old maid as a woman if you were not married yet. Different things have shaped and changed over time. Now we see that as morally or ethically wrong, right? But if you look at statistics and you look at things and different things have changed over time, and yeah, you're right. That's just decades ago. It's not even that long ago. A lot of things have changed. But what the way that a debate is supposed to be structured, this is going to be something I wanted to get into more of it because there's some more that's said on this, and maybe I'll come back later after I cook or something like that because I still got an hour and something left of this debate, and I do got to go cook. Let's say that, or maybe I can skip around to the section that I really want to play if I can find it. I would love to play the thing from start to finish, but we did get on a tangent and all that other stuff, and I'm sorry about that, y'all. That's on me. That's not on y'all. I'm the content creator. I should have had better time management. But let's say ethically, right? The things of ethics and morals have changed over the decades, right? But let's say we were doing this in a debate topic. One person has to, even if it's your feeling that you agree with one way or you disagree with another in a debate topic, someone has to choose the opposing force, even if it's not your stance. Someone has to be for it and someone has to be against it. And what they should have done before this even happened, these are good topics to speak on, don't get me wrong, but that's a conversation at this point. You have to pick out topics and then decide, are you for or are you against it? Then you find the topics that they are both opposing on. Like there's opposition. And those are the actual topics that should have been chosen for the debate. If they both are agreement on a situation, you can't really have a debate over it because both parties are for it. Right? So there's no opposing views. That's what a debate is having opposing views. So like sometimes you have to come up with 10 or 15 subjects to figure out the best 3 subjects. And the person has to say for or against. And then you find those 3 or 4 subjects that the people are for or against. And that way, when they take their stance, their opening argument for each individual topic, they have their opening argument of whether they're for or against the topic. That's how you do it. You go, I am for the rights of women to be able to do with their body as they please. That would be my opening statement if I was going to debate abortion, right? I am for the women to be able to have rights over their body, right? Then the other person says, I'm against abortion because I don't think, they could say words like killing a baby is okay, even if it is a fetus, right? So that's what that other person could say. And then after they say their opening statements, the person who's for would say why they're for it, use statistical purposes, all these other things. The other person that's opposing would see why they're opposing, right? And state statistics and all these other things and facts and stuff. And then they have their closing argument, right? To kind of drive that point home. And then at the end of that, right, it's not a debate is not necessarily trying to change the other person's views or opinions based on the debate. It's who proved their point the best. And it's not whether you agree or disagree with the topic. Right? It's not whether you're for or against it yourself. It's who proved their point without a shadow of a doubt of what they're saying, with facts, with statistics, with things. Who made the best argument, pretty much. And here's another way you want to watch a good debate. You want to see a debate? Go watch civil cases. Go watch courtrooms. Technically, our court of law is a debate. And what can be proven in a court of law? They're using facts and law, right? They're stating cases, right? Go look at a court case and tell me that's not a debate in some ways. They're debating a person's innocence or guilt. They're using the facts of the case and the facts alone. They're using witness testimony. They're using, actual, the word I'm looking for, the expert witnesses in the case, expert testimony. So technically, when you're watching a court case, you're watching a debate. They take their feelings out of the situation. They take their feelings about it out of the situation. And they're using facts. So did this sometimes make me hot during certain parts of this? Yes. I did not like some parts of it, like some other parts of it. Do I think they had a great conversation? Yes. I do believe they had a great conversation with each other. But I can't necessarily call it a debate. I'm sorry. Lemon, I love you, bro, but I can't call this a debate. I can't say that. It was a conversation between content creators. And that's not necessarily on Mel or Lemon. They are the two people who were asked to do it, right? It's not necessarily on either one of them. It's the person who said this was going to be a debate, which was Resto. Resto, bro, you can't call this a debate. This is a conversation. And even though you had technical difficulties, I understand that that can happen as a content creator. We can all have technical difficulties. So people do not need to necessarily jump his butt or anything like that for having technical difficulties. We don't know if his internet went out or what happened with that situation, right? But, this was not a debate. It was straight up a conversation. The structure's not there. Not for an actual debate. The structure's not there. It's not structured well enough. You need a little more structure, and then you can call it debate. You technically, if you're going to be in having this kind of debative topics or controversial topics, should call it a conversation. But even if you do call it debate, you would say it was an informal debate, and you don't need moderators for that. Because you're stating opinions, not facts. You don't need moderators for that. So if you're going to start having informal debates that are not informationally correct, you cannot format it and say that it is as if it's an informative debate. You don't even need moderators at that point. All you need is a host to say the topics, and the two people oppose each other. Now, that's another thing I do want to make sure I bring up. We're going to look at the structure of an informal debate, because that's what this would be more related to than an actual, this is not an informative debate, would never be considered an informative debate. I'm going to share this tab instead. All presentations should be brief, not exceeding 5 to 10 minutes. Say what needs to be said as concisely as possible. All members should help each other depending on the issues. Some roles are easier to play than others. To make the time limit, all should pitch in. Okay. See, This would be an informal arguments and debates. Unlike formal debates scored by a judge, informal arguments and debates can happen just about anywhere and in an informal debate, people speak their minds without strictly needing to cite a logical order or a strong evidence. Since these arguments Okay. Informal arguments and debates can happen just about anywhere. We read that part. Since these arguments tend to move quickly, staying composed is key. And prove your chances of winning by clearly stating your strongest point, responding to any criticism raised against them. Whether you are arguing at a debate club or a news show or even online, you can learn strategies to win debates. I want to look up the structure. Even in a structure of an informal debate, we're going to look at this. Right, let me share. Look right here. Decide on the position you feel capable of arguing. Ideally, your position will cover a subject you really believe in. Become well informed about the position you are supporting if you have time to prepare your points. A rule of thumb, let's see here. Let me make sure we can. I'm going to show this simple argument right here for an informal debate. Okay, proposition to repave cobblestone. In favor of repaving. The classic cobblestone streets of this town are detrimental to the vehicles and need to be updated. Against repaving. Those cobblestones were laid down 300 years ago and should be preserved as any historical landmark should. In favor. By presenting some of the sort of kind of kishy and cute, we are putting the tires and wheels and general infrastructure of our vehicles at risk. See how it goes back and forth with in favor and against? It's not necessarily with statistics or such as that, but it does have still facts within it, right? That's how a debate is supposed to be structured. You are still supposed to be factual. I'm just saying. And there was no judging system because you're supposed to have it to where, and this will be hard for you to do, I will say, on a YouTube platform, because you have to choose people who are going to be impartial. So you're going to have a little trouble finding impartial people because they have to score the debate. Now, I will say this: I would have been completely impartial if you had a scoring system on 1 to 5 on how well they proved their point, on how concise and good the information was. Was the information to the best of their ability the truth and nothing but the truth? Did they prove their point without a shadow of a doubt? Like, so much could be said within that. But there's so many things within a formal and a informal debate that was not met with this. So I am going to still stick with my stance that this was a conversation. I think he was trying to do an informal debate, but I don't believe he. I believe he thinks an informal debate is less structures as a formal debate, but it still has a structure. It does. It's just you're not sitting there and bringing out every single statistic and all that things, but you can still prove your point with fact, right? Oh yes, Javius, you would have been a perfect impartial judge because you wouldn't have cared who either way. You would have said who said what and who did what and who you believed was their point proven. Without a shadow of a doubt. But there's still structure that you have to look at with even in an informal debate. I'm actually trying to find the actual, because you know me, I'm actual and factual. Because there is different, obviously, opinions, and he could come back and say that his opinion is different than mine, and guess what? That's okay. But I think what I think happened here, and I'm just going to say this, what I think's happened here, and the reason people are so upset about the situation is it was okay. If when you first came on for this debate, you had stated this is an informal debate, it will not be factual, it will be opinions mostly. There will be some facts scattered in, but it is not 100% factual. This is not an informative debate. Laid out the rules, laid out how everything should be structured, laid out how your judging was going to be, your criteria. Then a lot of people would actually have taken this more seriously. I understand you were upset that things didn't go the way that you had planned them. I get that. But being a professional is also a huge thing when you're trying to do something like this. So what you need to do is have I think it would work in your favor. Have like where I show my let's say my disclaimer here, right? See how I show my disclaimer here, right? If you did something like this, that would be considered that's a slide, right? And on the slide, you put what your rules are for the debate, how it's structured, spoke to the people first, then the host should do that. Not the two debaters, the host of the debate, right? And say, this is an informal debate. Here are the rules. This is how you do it. This is what we're going to be doing. This is not going to be structured. This will be an informal debate. We might be speaking opinions and what we feel. This is not factual. It is a not informative debate, and laid it out 100%. I believe a lot more people would not be as gung-ho about it, right? So that's what I'm saying. You should make sure that you make that a thing in the beginning of the show. I'm just saying. Y'all, I've been here for 4.5 hours and I got to go cook. It's almost 1 o'clock. My family's got to be fed. I want to play the rest of this live, but I'm only an hour and 16 into it. So I'm going to have to come back later, either do a part 2 or just let it go. I'm going to have to be like the lady from the show. Let it go. Let it go. Don't hold it back anymore. Sorry about that, y'all. I know some people hate when we sing. But y'all have a blessed day. I got to jump off here. I got to go cook.
I'm from the TUBELO. I'm reppin' my hood, so love I'm gon' show from the TUBELO. I'm reppin' my hood to the day that I go from the TUBELO. I'm reppin' my hood, so love I'm gon' show from the TUBELO. I'm ripping my hood to the day that I go.
I'm from the west side, we don't need no introduction. This was the best ride. We all big boy rolling and holding. Come take a test drive. Hilldale, Evergreen, Glenkirk, Outer Street, bending every corner on the west, and that's where I'll be. Sunroof back, Captain C banging down 1800, chunking up the deuce to my post slanging down on 1800. Show no love to the ladies that's training round on 1800, making time stand still. Crystalline swinging down on 1800, watching out for them knuckleheads that be staying round on 1800. Big rims and low pros be blanging round on 1800. Better completely change the way you're thinking about round 1800. Really hate to see you boys get left slanking around 1800. Out the street got some history, just let Captain C lay it out. If I don't finish it all on this one, let the second verse break it out. Remember the blue apartments when OG standing back there by 60 deep. Bull walking, car blue, a big Anthony Hughes and Pee.
I'm from the TUBELO.